Tai labas rytas visiems.
Labas rytas, labas rytas.
Good morning, welcome.
Labas rytas ir tiems, kurie stebi mus
Good morning to those who are joining us online, who are joining our live stream. I would like to welcome you to our annual conference of the Diversity Charter. This year's topic is Superdiversity, Unveiling Hidden Layers. I believe that we have a long journey ahead. We will be working throughout the day and we will try to direct you. I will do it together with Dominikas. I am Jolanta Griševičienė. I'm a journalist and I'm an author of cultural programs at the Lithuanian National Television. Yes, you're very cool. Okay, and Dominikas is an excellent singer, and today you are going to see him in a very unexpected role, also as a theater actor. And I will give the floor to Dominikas, who will add to what I've just said. Thank you for the compliments. Well, but this entire conference will not be as joyful as our introduction. We would like to have a very cozy and intimate discussion on topics that are important to us. Yes, we're going to have a very human, personal discussion. We cannot define ourselves by one word only. That would be very limiting. We can't define ourselves just as a man or as a woman, to define ourselves according to our origin or sexual orientation that is based on some very narrow parameters. We have a lot of overlapping identities, and this means superdiversity. And we are going to talk about this today. We are going to tell you about this, and we would like to invite you for a dialogue and discussion and sharing of thoughts. I would like to say that people belonging to an older generation understand that superdiversity is quite a new thing that we are getting to know, because we remember very well when 30 or 20 years ago we saw only the so-called normal people on the streets, and today we would like to reject this word, normal. We did not see people with white walking sticks. We did not walking canes. We did not see people in wheelchairs back then. So today we are going to have a lot of discussions. We are going to listen to representatives of various companies and organizations. We are going to discuss what can be done in order to improve people's lives, people's welfare, and various organizations will tell us how they are creating inclusive working conditions. We will also see some social experiments implemented by employers. We will hear from employers who are improving the working environment. We will also listen to some personal stories. We will see 6 videos, and we will hear some practical advice, which is very important. What else? We are also going to listen to music. Yes. So music will be later. It will be a surprise. But I would also like to say one more thank you. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to the organization of this conference. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank our friends and sponsors, the European Commission, Swedbank in Lithuania, the Finnish Embassy, the Lithuanian airports, organization friendly to autism, Danske Bank, the Lithuanian branch is Furniture, the Lithuanian National Opera and Ballet Theatre, and a dozen of organizations belonging to the Diversity Charter who contributed to this event. And Jolanta, over to you. Yes, and now a few words about music. This was a huge surprise to me. Dominikas will explain it later. Yes, I will do that, but I would like to ask you a question that I had in my script. We are a bit ahead, but I will still ask my question.
Kas yra svarbiausia? Palauk, pirma.
No. I will go
Kas
first.
Jolanta, norint
Yolanta,
priimti,
what
kaip
is
tau atrodo,
the
kaip
most
žmogui,
important thing?
norint
What is
priimti
your
žmonių
opinion as a
kitoniškumą
person?
ir
What is
tai,
the most important thing
kas
in order to
atrodo
accept
keista ir neįprasta?
the otherness of people? How to accept what is unusual? I believe that it is most important to get to know the person. When you hear the person's story, when you get to know the specific person, for example, a person with a disability, then we create a relationship which opens a lot of pathways. Before this conference, I spoke to people who work in the non-governmental sector and who told me that the society has a lot of fears and a lot of caution when it comes to accepting others, when accepting people who are different. And why is that? Because you can't forecast the relationship that you are going to build. But now I will give the floor to Dominikas. We had a lot of discussions before this conference, and Dominikas told me one episode from his life and his experience, and I believe that that experience changed your outlook and your life. Yes, and I believe that that was the reason why I'm here today. Well, I'm speaking about deaf persons, the community of the deaf who taught me how to listen. A few years ago, I started exploring the life of the deaf community and their relationship with music. And I tried to understand what listening and what hearing means, because we have a lot of words, we say a lot of words, but do we really say something with those words? And we also talk a lot, but do we really understand each other? So I believe that we should get to know these things in depth. We need, and people who hear differently and people who speak and listen differently helped me to do that. So we are going to have a performance which unites music, sign language, and which includes people with various hearing abilities or disabilities who are still able to go on stage and perform music. The person I was most surprised by was a person living in Finland. When I started working with the deaf community, I started looking for experts and professionals who are deaf, who have this experience, but who are also professional. I wanted to invite them to Lithuania to work with my project and to be my colleagues so that we can create musical performances, stage performances. And my colleague found such a person. She told me, I found a deaf rapper in Finland. I couldn't believe my ears. And she told me that he had released an album with Warner Bros., the largest music publishing company. And we saw that that was an album in sign language. We contacted that person, and after long discussions, after long negotiations, he agreed to become my colleague and a lecturer in my project. It is a very impressive person, and today he's going to give a presentation. He's going to share his experience with all of you during this conference. This will be a bit later. I also asked him whether he could come to Lithuania and perform a song in sign language, and he said, yes, I can do that with one condition. On one condition, if you sing. And well, he also told me that he's a professional and he doesn't use pre-recordings, and so this means that I needed to learn the text. So I would like now to invite my colleague Marko from Finland, and we are going to perform a song Against the Wall.
Whoa! You're trying to succeed, you'd rather see me bleed, but I'm real 3D. Breathe the same air, still you act like I'm not here. Fingers tight, when I see you solemnly square, I'm knocking at your front door, demand you to come out. Can't need my level to know what I'm about. 'Cause I'm falling, hitting rock bottom, gotta step up, tell me what's up.
Even if the world comes crashing down, and even if my luck would turn around, I stand tall, proud, back against the wall. Even if the hands of time will freeze, you won't see me begging down on my knees. I stand tall, proud, back against the wall.
Not asking for no favors, don't eat your friendly deeds. Don't try to be my savior, I bite the hand that feeds. Nothing changes without this first stretch. Stand still, not to advance, but to regress. I'm knocking at your front door, demand you to come out. Need to get on my level to know what I'm about. 'Cause we're falling, hitting rock bottom, gotta step up, tell me what's up.
Even if the world comes crashing down, and even if my luck would turn around, I stand tall, proud, back against the wall.
Whoa.
Even if the hands of time will freeze, you won't see me begging down on my knees. I stand tall, proud, back against the wall. Without a fight, you won't see me go down. Without a fight, you won't see me fall down. Since I'm doing this for my people, for all my people, for all my people. Without a fight, you won't see me go down. Without a fight, you won't see me fall down. Since I'm doing this for my people, all my people, for all my people. Hey, even if the world comes crashing down, and even if my luck would turn around, I stand tall, proud, back against the wall.
Whoa.
Even if the hands of time will freeze, you won't see me begging down on my knees. I stand tall, proud, back against the wall.
Na kągi, aš manau, kad tokios muzikos jūs tikrai dar negirdėjot.
I don't think that you have heard this kind of music before. When Dominikas told me about this for the first time, and when I heard the rehearsal early this morning, I had a lot of questions. So I will now ask those questions to Dominikas, and he will explain to us how this happens. So how can you combine the Lithuanian language, the sign language, and music? What is the main principle of this combination? It is cooperation for sure. But what is the basis? How can you understand and hear each other, one another? Well, if we want to hear and understand one another, yes, okay, I can tell you briefly. We work together, we explore the differences and similarities between the languages. We try not to overshadow each other's languages. We don't try to make direct translations from Lithuanian into the sign language and vice versa. We try to make sure that in this project both languages coexist on equal terms and as a cultural basis. Before I started my exploration, I didn't know that the sign language was prohibited existed for 130 years. This was the way to try and make deaf people speak. Of course, we use various technologies, we use devices that allow us to listen, but if I go into those technical details, that would consume the time of the entire conference. So I just wanted, I thought that it would be nice to show people how it works. Yes, but there's another thing. There's the abstract layer of language, for example, poetry. You are going to read poetry today, but how can this be expressed in sign language? Well, the sign language, as any language, has its own literature, as I found out, and when we tell various stories and anecdotes, we create our own folklore. So it is only natural for deaf people to also have their literature, and of course they have abstract thinking, they use metaphors, and they create various things. So in our project we try to integrate songs which are also part of the culture of deaf people or hard on hearing, and we've been doing this in Lithuania since 1984, and we also try to combine poetry and music and present it to hearing people. Okay, so again, the stage is yours.
We will perform a few pieces. One of them is the lullaby. We wrote that together with Paulius. Paulius and Jonas are members of... Paulius is the vice president of the Lithuanian deaf community, and this lullaby has been written in two languages, sign and Lithuanian. And I will invite other community members to present two poetry pieces that will be voiced in Lithuanian, and a few more songs. The first one is the lullaby.
Nuo ko pradėjau, pamiršau, kur baigsiu ir ar baigsiu iš viso, velniai žino, jis žino, kiek aš suvartoju kaloringų žodžių ir tu sava tyla, ar vis tik aš tave užgožiu, save aš sakiniais ir žodžiais išbarstau. Ir nuolaužą surinkti sunkia teisė dovanoju tau. Tu pažadėk mane parvesti ir padėk mums mūsų rasti ir suprasti, kur tyla, kur prasmė, o kur klaida, kur mes, bet galas vidury, tarp pradžios ir pabaigos, bijau, kad aš sustosiu, tik kai tyla užgoš, bet galas vidury, tarp prasmės ir tarp klaidos, klaidas mes ištaisysim, kol tyla prasmės ieškos. Taip gražiai, tu mane sakyk, klausai, baisiai daug kalbų, ką sakiau, jau pamiršau, ir ką aš čia vynioju, tu geriau žinai, nes tu mane sakyk, klausai. išsigąstu, kai sustoju. Todėl ir nepaliaudamas tylas, aš į žodžius vynioju. Keliauju žodžiais ir dar prasmių paklystu. Tu pasižiūri, kai aš nuo esmės nuslystu. Aš pauzės išsigąstu, kai sustoju. Todėl ir nepaliaudamas tylas, aš į žodžius vynioju. Todėl. Ačiū labai Pauliui. Dabar sceną
Thank you, Paulus,
užleisime
very much.
Justinai,
Now we
kuri
will
yra
give
mokosi
the
dar
floor
11
to
klasėj
Justina.
ir mūsų
She
projekte
is
jinai
still
sukūrė
at an
autobiografinį
11.
kūrinį,
She is still at
vadinasi jisai
school at the 11th year, and she has created the
gestų
biographical
kalbos
piece,
poezijos
which is
kūrinys.
called the dance rhythm. This is a poetry piece.
Vaizdas atsiveria, ryškėja, danguje matyti debesys. Po jais apačioje eina mergina.
We will make a try. The view opens up, and in the sky we see the clouds, and here we see a girl walking under them, the school, and a lot of noise inside, the dance, music, rhythm, a lot of rhythm, music, dancing, the view, changing view. A teacher comes and invites her. She agrees and goes.
Jaunuoliai,
Young men, the stage, the audience, lamps lighting up her face. She agrees and starts dancing together with everyone. She is dancing. Dancing, the dance, the music, the rhythm, the legs, the dance, the music, rhythms, legs. And those who can hear can see that the deaf can dance and do it rhythmically. They applaud her, and the teacher invites the deaf. In her vision, the deaf will join the group of those who can hear. However, there's a doubt lingering whether the deaf will be able to join those who can hear. The group of deaf girls. They handle doors, noise, and bad feeling. Deaf girls, young ladies, we can dance. No, you can't. They are rejected. We will join the rhythm. No, you won't. We can dance. No, you can't. Yes, we can. The teacher is telling those who can hear, the deaf can dance, they can feel the rhythm, they know how to dance. Those who can hear are glancing at them. Maybe they try to join in. The vibrations, the movements, the dance, the music, rhythm, legs, the music, dance, the rhythm, legs, the movement. Vibrations are fading, and everyone is starting to leave. The deaf young ladies are still standing. The hearing are glancing at them. The deaf can join in the rhythm. They know how to dance. People are passing by. The deaf can dance. The movement, the dance, the movement, the dance, the music, the movement, the rhythm, the movement. The day changes day, but there's a hard feeling in the chest. The hearing are asking whether the deaf can really dance. The deaf are inferior. The hearing people are superior. From the one girl leaves the group of the deaf, then another one, and she stays on her own, lonely. No, I can't do it. She is trying to enter the dance, but she is rejected. She is running towards the music, but she is being rejected. She is running towards the rhythm, but she is still being rejected. She is doing what she can in order to run, but she is still being rejected. She walks away. The handle, the door, the steps, the view, the changing and blurring view, and closing down.
Kitas kūrinys.
We have another piece by Arnoldas Matulis, and it's called The Twins.
Du spermatozoidai. Moters įsčios.
Okay, we will make another try. Two sperms, the uterus, the ovary. They get to the ovary.
Jie patenka į šviesą.
They get to the light. And two new lives are born in two different families. One family embraces the child. A man approaches, speaks up, makes a test. The curve, it's a downward curve. He is speaking and walks away. The parents embrace the child. Another family glances at the baby. A man comes up, talks, makes a test. It's a downward curve. He speaks, walks away. The parents are angry and turn away. Days pass by. The first family, the child walks away. The parents look at each other. The computer, the search, the guest, the gesture, mom. Search, the gesture, father, dad. Search. Turn on, turn off the light. They turn on, turn off the light. The child turns back. The gesture, mom. The gesture, dad. Another family. Computer, search. Sign. They talk to each other. Sign. Search. They talk to each other. Close down the computer. Throw away a thing. The thing hits the child's shoulder. The child turns around. The children, the parents are talking to him. The words passing by, and they hit the wall, and they hit the child and fall down. And inside there's a smoldering light. Days pass by. The first family. get together around the table, they talk, they communicate in sign language. Signs, a rucksack, saying goodbye, a trip, the school. A person speaks in sign language. He's being invited into the classroom. The teacher communicates in sign language. The information reaches the person, and there's the light inside the person, inside the child. Another family, they get around the table, food, the parents talk voice by voice, the voice. The rucksack, saying goodbye. The school. The voice. The room. The specialist, the speech specialist, tries to teach the child to speak by voice. Inside, the light is fading. The metal tool opens his mouth. He teaches the child to speak by voice. Days pass by. A school, science, exams, past. A university robe, the picture, the cap being thrown. The picture is handed in to the parents. Embrace. The picture is being framed. Inside there's light lighting up. The voice. Learning the voice. The words passing by. Exam. Fail. Far away, people are cheering. The parents look at the graduation certificate. Inside, there's light smoldering. Days pass by. The street, high-rising buildings, traffic. Two people walking. Traffic lights. Crossroad. Two people hit each other when passing by on the crossroad. I'm sorry. Are you deaf? Inside, the light is shared, and the other person accepts the light. Embrace. The light is shared and dispersed around. We have two more songs. One song was created when communicating with the deaf and creating together. Paulus will come on the stage. You have seen him many times, and he created the main music for this song, and we rearranged that motive, and the deaf have written the lyrics in sign language, and I have translated that for those who can hear. We will sing it, and it's called We Will Touch Them, but the song will not be interpreted.
Aš žodžiais judu klausom, savaitgaliais nešokam. Visa tai tik plačiai paplitęs mitas. O kad mes sėdim vežimėliuose, skaitom brailio raštą čia, sveiko proto deficitas. Kai mes vairuojam, nuo musono dreba mašina. Ir tai nėra absurdas, tik kažkieno vaizduotės skurdas. Mes palieskim palangę, kad išgirstume lietų, plakančią širdį, paveskime gestų. Mano kūnas, tavo žodis, aš žodžiais judu. Žodžiais pajudin ir tave aš galiu. Mes palieskim palangę, kad išgirstume lietų, plakančią širdį, paveskime gestų. Mano kūnas, tavo žodis, aš žodžiais judu. Žodžiais pajudin ir tave aš galiu. Tu nebijok bendraut, nebijok prieit, nebijok paliest, nebijok gestikuliuot, nebijok parašyt, akių kontaktą išlaikyt. Nepykit, jeigu liečiam, mes taip kviečiam. Ir savo kūrybą pasidalins Vilius.
Now Vilius will share his work. He has convinced us to accept him in this project, although the project is meant for young people, but Vilius has written to us that he wants to participate. And I asked him why. And he said, because I don't want to get old. So I will ask Vilius. Vilius had enough courage and will to overcome the prejudices, not only my own, not only those of others, but also those which I had. And he creates together.
Aš turiu problemą.
I have a problem.
Aš prisimenu, kaip skamba muzika.
I remember how music sounds, but I have always I kept forgetting the text. And please, help me. I will teach you the refrain in sign language, and when the refrain comes, you will sing together with me. Now, repeat. Here I am, why? To get old, to grow old. I don't want to grow old. Let's repeat it. Why am I here? I don't want to grow old. No, I don't want it. Loving, I can love. I can be silent, and music does not allow me to give in. I know how to love. I know how to be silent. Music does not allow me to give up, to give in. Okay, once again. Why am I here? I don't want to grow old. No, I don't want to grow old. I can love. I can stay silent. Music does not allow me to give in.
Anksčiau Aš mokiausi geriausiai per pertrauką, galėdavom bendrauti, pamokoj reikėdavo sėdėti, 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 ant rankų sėdėti, bet aš vis vien mokiausi geriausiai, aš rašydavau geriausiai, tikyba buvo draudžiama, o ranka mušama, 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 mane versdavo kalbėti, kalbėk, kalbėk, dažnai kalbėk, 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 ko nekalbi, kalbėk, 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 bet aš vis vien mokiausi geriausiai ir aš rašydavau gabiausiai, kalbėk, kalbėk, nenoriu, nenoriu, vėliau atradau džiaugsmą orų ir mano vidus pasikeitė, kietas, kietas mano kūnas, atsileidžia jis prisiminus akordeoną, raudoną, raudoną, akordeoną, raudoną. Dabar visi kartu. Aš esu, nes pasent nenoriu, aš moku mylėt ir moku tylėt, muzika man padeda savim patikėt. Mama man sako, bet tu kurčias, tikrai tu nori groti akordeonu. Noriu, 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 noriu labai. Vėliau padovanojo akordeoną raudoną. Buvo toks Jonas, mokytojas mano, ateidavo jis į namus mokyti 5 metus, manęs vėliau visai apkurtau, bet muzika kaip skamba, prisimenu, nepamiršau. O kur padėjai akordeoną raudoną, negalima išmesti tegul kasnakt, paėmė smuiko ir boso raktus, atrakina mano tylinčius, nuolat tylinčius sapnus. Aš esu, nes pasent nenoriu, aš moku mylėt ir moku tylėt, muzika man padeda savim patikėt. Visi kartu. Aš esu, nes pasent nenoriu, aš moku mylėt, moku tylėt, muzika man padeda savim patikėt. Dar kartelį. Aš esu, nes pasent nenoriu, aš moku mylėt ir moku tylėt, muzika man padeda savim patikėt. Aš esu, nes pasent nenoriu, aš moku mylėt ir moku tylėt, muzika man padeda savim patikėt.
Čia yra Viliaus. Tai yra autentiškas
This is the authentic accordion that Vilius was learning with 50 years ago before he went deaf. And this is his accordion from his native Panevėžys, and this is the piece that he has written himself. I have just translated it into the Lithuanian language. This is a very impressive beginning of our conference. Today we will start the part of discussions and presentations, but before that I would like to share our impressions, how the deaf people were getting together at this conference, and we see that people of various generations want to stay together, want to dance and sing. Are there any possibilities to see such concerts, or are there very few such events? Can we see this project somewhere? This project has been underway for 5 years. We have been doing research. What you have seen on stage today, we have just created with Mark, and in November we are going to present the experiential performance, that is audio-visual performance with various projections, music, the live band, and the performers who will also be those speaking sign language. So that would be a result of our 5 years' work. I invite you to come in November. But recently,
šios konferencijos draugo Svedbank kolektyvo aplankyti, tai norim partnerystės.
Actually also create various partnerships, and we will speak about that, and we will bring in various educations and performances, trainings. If you want, please contact me. But that was not an ad, that was a call for cooperation. Okay, now we will start the part of our discussions and presentations. And before these musical impressions, we can open our conference with brief welcoming speeches. And we will now give the floor to various people who contributed to the organization of this conference. And that was a very brief introduction, which I and Jolanta moderated.
Mes jūsų turim atsiprašyti, vėluojam pagal
We are late, we apologize, but of course it was worthwhile listening to music, right? No, don't apologize. Let's invite the person who will open the conference and will welcome us. And now we would like to give the floor to Elina Rimpi, who is the advisor of the ambassador of the Finnish embassy.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the Diversity Conference, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to open this conference and speak immediately after the performances of the Finnish artist Marko Vuoriheimo and Dominikas and all the great Lithuanian artists. What a nice performances. In our increasingly interconnected world, recognizing and embracing diversity is not just a moral imperative, but it's also a source of strength and innovation, as we have seen in these performances. Because I'm Finnish, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Mr. Vuoriheimo, a true Finnish star. I believe Mr. Vuoriheimo perfectly represents the strength and innovation that diversity gives us. He is a true celebrity in European deaf community. He's a deaf rapper who became the first deaf worldwide artist to record for an international label. But he is also a producer, athlete, inspirational speaker. But I tell you a secret, he is also a dancer. He participated to the popular TV show Dancing with the Stars in 2022. in Finland. But in addition to all these great achievements, Mr. Vuoriheimo is a true human rights defender. In 2010, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland, Ms. Alexander Stubb, who is nowadays the Finnish president, invited Vuoriheimo to serve as his special representative for promoting rights of people with disabilities. In this role, Vuoriheimo has toured the world in order to discuss the human rights issues with the people of disabilities in various international forums. Through his music, Mr. Vuoriheimo spreads the message of tolerance and respect for equality and diversity. Far too often, society underestimates the potential of the people with disabilities. By ensuring accessibility, inclusion, we uphold the principle of equality, but not only that. The inclusion of people of different abilities and backgrounds enriches the social fabric and fosters empathy, understanding, and solidarity among the members of all the society. As we celebrate today diversity, we must also talk what action can be taken. It's not enough only to acknowledge the presence of disabled individuals and multicultural communities. We must work dismantle barriers and create opportunities. This means advocating for policies that promote accessibility in workplaces, creative places, and beyond, and foster environment where diversity is just not accepted, but promoted. That is why conferences such as this are important, to have a platform for the conversations. To conclude, we have to remember that there is a great strength in our diversity. Regardless of our abilities, ages, sexual orientations, cultural backgrounds, or as the MCs of this event just said, superdiversity, we can create a community that is not only inclusive, but truly enriches by contributions of every individual. Thank you again to let me speak here, and I wish you a successful conference and nice discussions.
Ačiū labai. O dabar norėčiau pakviesti į sceną Simoną.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Simona Leverienė, the head of the Career Center of Swedbank and the ambassador of diversity and inclusion. Good morning. Well, it is not easy to speak up such impressive performances. Thank you once again. However, May is a month of celebration, and I have been observing the development of the topic of diversity and inclusion. The things that were not interesting to some, the things that were not comfortable to some, and the things that gave an opportunity for some to speak about certain activities and organizations, all those things have now become an inseparable part of organizational culture. And we can be sure that the topics of diversity and inclusion will not go away. On the contrary, diversity and inclusion will be one of the main trends that organizations will have to work with. Diversity and inclusion will be integrated into all activities and will become one of the tools to achieve successful results. So these forecasts give us optimism, and they give us an opportunity to discuss topics that used to be put away, silenced, but that are very important for human development and societal development. It is very important for us to be united in our companies and organizations. Every person needs to be safe and happy while being himself or herself. In Swedbank, we have been working with the questions of diversity and inclusion for several years now. We try to create a safe and inclusive environment to all our employees. Our experience started when we started working with equitable pay. Later on, we focused on disability issues. We participated in various initiatives. We recruited people with disabilities, and we integrated them into the labor market. But we also thought about our customers. For example, we recruited a person who has had visual impairment, and this made us think on how we should arrange workspaces, how we should arrange various working equipment. We also communicated with the LGBTIQ community, and we saw what needs to be done for the sake of people who live in partnerships or for the sake of people who raise children. So we have made some achievements, but the equality doesn't end there. This work is continuous, and we need to continue our efforts. So, dear participants of the conference, you are an example of how your ideas and your ability to unite people help us to make steps towards sustainable change. And behind every initiative, there are real people, real stories. Thank you very much for this, and I believe that today we are going to hear very interesting and sensitive stories. So I wish you a rich and interesting conference and interesting presentations. Thank you. And now I will give the floor to the organizer of this conference, Rugilė Trumpytė. She is the head of the Lithuanian Diversity Charter. Good morning. Welcome to the annual Diversity Charter Conference. I have been waiting for it with a lot of concern this year, because I wanted to invite you to look at all those things from a broader perspective. Our society is changing. We are becoming more open. I believe that we know what diversity is. However, diversity exists not only within the society, it exists within every one of us. We have a lot of overlapping identities, which we call super diversity, and those overlapping identities will determine how others will accept us, how we will be feeling at work, on the streets and elsewhere. I remember that several years ago we wanted to have a public discussion, and we invited employers to share how they took into account the overlapping identities of their employees. And we failed to find a single employer who would have been willing to share their experiences. But today's conference is devoted to the topic of super diversity only, and I believe that this is a reflection of what has been achieved over the last few years. We are going to talk not only about overlapping identities, but about multiple identities, about people with autism disorders, about people who have left prison facilities, Roma community, etc. People have a lot of experiences, they want to share them, and we want to listen. And I hope that these ideas will spread further. You will make a lot of discoveries, and that will encourage you to look at all this from a new perspective once you go back to your companies and your organizations. So thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to see all of you here. Let us start with the first presentations. The topic of this conference is Superdiversity. What I did first, I first Googled what Superdiversity means. And what results did I get? I got the results related to the superdiversity of quality drinking bottles or superdiversity of high-quality bicycles, etc. I believe that we'll spend the whole day talking what superdiversity is. But in addition to finding information on quality drinking bottles, we also have a possibility to recreate ourselves, to create ourselves. But when we walk on this path, when we recreate ourselves, does it pose any challenges, and doesn't it lead to new inequalities? And this will be the topic of our next speaker, Dr. Daiva Bartušienė she's an anthropologist and professor at Vytautas Magnus University. Good morning, everyone. I was very happy to be invited to this celebration of diversity. It is only the start of the conference, but I've learned a lot already. Well, when I Google superdiversity, I never get Google results related to drinking bottles. So I get a different definition of superdiversity. But I'm very happy to see events like this. They are a rare opportunity to share the things that are important and the things that we had no time to reflect on. We don't have time to discuss these things in overloaded everyday life. I believe that my main role today, as I define it myself and as is expected from me, would be to explain certain concepts that will allow us to discuss further, discuss those multiple identities which sometimes lead to multiple inequalities. So that is my main purpose. Well, as is appropriate at the beginning of any event, I should introduce myself. I represent Vytautas Magnus University. This is my alma mater, and I consider this institution to be very diversity and multiple identities friendly. My area of research is medical sociology and anthropology. I do a lot of research in the area of healthcare, and it is only natural that my multiple identity also includes medical sociology and anthropology. We're going to talk a lot. I will be going to talk a lot about complex identity. Here you can see only some basic elements of this complex or multiple identity that I have to discuss and that sometimes pose problems in various contexts. But I will speak about it later. Well, since I represent anthropology as a discipline, I would like to say that this is the area of scientific research which aims at getting to know the very complex reality of our social life. Before I start talking about diversity and the context of diversity, I would like to mention what is happening with people's diversity today. And since anthropology claims to be the discipline which is able to take a holistic approach, I would like to share the following. Well, we live in interesting times in the sense that we try to preserve diversity as never before, but at the same time we have a lot of means to destroy that diversity. What do I have in mind here? Well, here I will show you one example which is not the happiest example and which is reflective of the biological diversity of us humans. This is a phenomenon which can be a reproach to us. Here we see a country with impressive figures, and I believe that we can say that these are the last generations which still have children with Down's syndrome. To continue, when it comes to neurodiversity, we are following the same path, and scientists are saying that we might face the same things that as with Down's syndrome. The science and biotechnologies place a lot of emphasis on recognizing autism at the earliest age possible. And one of the scientists, Simon Baron-Cohen, who is one of the leading scientists in this area, is asking whether we will not end up with the application of eugenics in this area. And eugenics was applied by Hitler's Germany. So currently we are trying to create biomarkers that would help to prevent autism. Well, this is still science fiction, but as human experience shows, these things develop very quickly. And here we have proof or forecast what might happen. This is a case of Taiwan. There was a survey asking mothers raising autistic children whether they would have chosen to terminate their pregnancies had they known that their future babies were at high risk of autism. And we can see that more than half of women said that they would have terminated their pregnancies. Another example which allows us to see what is happening with our diversity and what is our relation to diversity. So here's one more example. Last August, since last August, I have received a lot of advertisements encouraging me to take care of my child and help my child to get to operate my child's ears and thus protect my child from bullying by the 1st of September. So it is now more comfortable for us to subject our children to surgery rather than accept our children as they are. I believe that this is something we need to reflect on. So what is our vision? Our vision is related to inclusive societies. It is a nice vision. However, we have to recognize that In general, we try to eliminate or erase diversity which is not socially acceptable. What else is happening to our diversity? There is a big paradox. Despite the fact that we try to remind one another that it is nice to be different, however, the more diverse we become, the more difficult it is to agree on common things. Anthropology suggests that diversity that has always been part of human society, starting from hunters and gatherers and to the modern societies, well, diversity is now being replaced by the so-called superdiversity. Here you can see one of the most impressive and one of the most famous current anthropologists, Steven Vertovec. He suggests that we need tools in order to reflect on the current situation of superdiversity, and we have never been as diverse as we are now. And during one conference, Steven Vertovec joked that he didn't even expect superdiversity, the definition of superdiversity, to experience such large degree of superdiversity. He was interested in the phenomenon of migration, and now this definition of, or this concept of superdiversity is being used in various areas. It started with migration, but now it is used in various policy areas. And Steven Vertovec said that one of the best ways to understand superdiversity would be to start from the person you know best, that is yourself. And he decided to have a supervision of his own identity, and this is his version of who he is, of what his identity includes. I will not read this slide, but in essence we can see here that this is one person who encompasses a lot of things, and every category which is separated by a comma means that this person belongs to a specific social group. Once that person leaves that social group, that person faces a risk and certain tensions if they want to combine all those identities. We also talk about multiple identities. This is Marta. I met her last year during one conference. At the beginning of the conference, before her presentation, she said that she is half American, half Japanese. She is black, she is autistic, she has bipolar disorder, depression, she is asexual, vegan, and a woman working in the area of tech. This is one person, but you can see how many tensions, ethical, moral, and social tensions arise when she tries to combine all her identities. I really like this picture with those multicolored threads. In principle, this is an illustration which shows how intertwined various identities are within ourselves and how they mean different things in different contexts. This is just a reminder of what Steven Vertovec has distinguished as the main building blocks of diversity. And these are the reasons why we are talking about superdiversity. So this includes globalization, that is political, cultural globalization. We do have the world without borders. Some time ago it was a vision, now it is a reality. And then the revolution of expectations. This is what the UN started talking about several years ago. Well, people living in various regions, thanks to technologies, see other reality, a different reality, and other choices, which encourages them to travel and seek that reality. How we regulate this is another question. And then social mobility, social dynamics. We as society have agreed that we allow people to move between different social classes, between races, genders, etc. All these things have meant and have determined why we are so diverse now. Another thing that I would like to mention, when we talk about superdiversity, we speak about cities. Not only in the physical sense. A city is not only a physical space. Usually a city was considered a place where it was easy to find your identity. Now it is becoming increasingly difficult to survive in a city, and this is the place where we often talk about super diversity, and this is where we try to explain why we have become so depressed. And one of the problems is that if you want to meet the expectations connected to a city dweller, it is very difficult to do so. Steven Vertovec also says that we have talked enough about cultural identity, social identity, and binary identity. And all these things have an influence on us and on our relations. Today, conscious child-free life or having a lot of children can lead to many challenges. For example, in the context of climate change, it is not always safe to tell people that you have a lot of children. When I talk about super diversity, I usually mention this example. An example of Leslie Feinberg. He or she defines themselves differently in different contexts, but here on this slide you see all the categories that are important to people. And here you can see that belonging to a certain social class, that is working class, that is the things that we don't think about every day, also has a large influence. In addition to what I have already said, I also need to emphasize that when it comes to super diversity, the problem is not that we have become very complex and diverse. The problem is that our complexity has become problematic to us when it comes to relations with certain organizations. And Steven Vertovec has said that we shouldn't focus on why we are so different, but we should focus on how our differences determine our interactions and relations. Another problem that Steven Vertovec mentions is the problem of missing data. We measure and we calculate a lot of things. We are good at it, and we have huge amounts of data about, for example, migration, but we have very little data on what happens in our micro daily lives. I can see that I don't have much time left. I will mention a couple of other things. This is one of the examples that I usually mention, and I usually notice when I teach students, medical students. This is a very complex situation of a person who studies medicine, who has depression, and who also identifies as neurodivergent. When we speak about inclusive healthcare, we usually look at things from the patient's perspective, and we try to look for ways on how to make the healthcare system more inclusive to the patient. But the staff who should have resources themselves and who have resilience, they need to still thrive in the environment they're working in. So I simply wanted to show you that our healthcare system is as it is, and if we only have this one-sided focus, it is very difficult to respond to situations of students, medical students. With regard to schools, we also select only those forms of diversity that are convenient to us. And when it comes to children who have double rainbow identities, how can we ensure their inclusiveness, their inclusion, if they are LGBTI and they are autistic? The next element, age. We sometimes think that it is not as important, as significant, but if we think that in certain contexts age is a positive thing, but there are also areas where the age element is seen quite differently, and we can see examples like this. So, now the very end of my presentation. What will happen? Well, if I have spoken about what has happened, so I should speak about the future too. Here we see the report on global risks. It was presented last year at the World Economic Forum. So what is the forecast? The forecast is that over the next 2 years, social polarization will gain significance. It will increase, and it will become a more complex problem. This means that we will become even more diverse, and there will be even more discussions on this. In 10 years, social polarization will not disappear. It will go down the list, but because if we speak about the societal collapse, diversity will not be the main issue. And now the very last thought and a reminder to everyone. Well, the main reason of social polarization and the main nightmare for anthropologists is the simplification of social reality and seeing it as black and white. This means that it is very difficult for us to agree, and we tend to try and explain things in very simplistic ways. But we need to be aware that we will still be diverse, and we need to remind ourselves that we are different, we are diverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Daiva Bartušienė, for your presentation. It is high time we mention once again that each of us have different identities, and actually everyone consists of various identities. We will hear personal stories in a minute. Rugile has asked us to share, together with Dominikas, what we identify ourselves with. I am a female. I am a Lithuanian citizen, mother, a grandma, partner, a journalist, a person of culture. And what else do I feel? I feel the pressure of the society to identify myself with the identity of an elderly person. And I can feel that from certain nuances, and we can actually feel those things in our public. Dominikas, what about you? A male, LGBT, non-heterosexual, from Panevėžys, but I feel a Vilnius resident, actor, performer, musician. Let's not waste our time. I can continue. Okay, let's move on to authentic stories. Today you will hear 6 video stories, and you will be able to see how different people can be, how diverse they can be. The first story is about Andrzej and his trips. Hello, I am Andrzej Ravan. I am a specialist of the information environment accessibility of the Lithuanian Deaf Society. The main thing is that the employers, when they see the white stick, they do not look at the person anymore. This is a stigma for them. This is something they have seen in their life. For instance, disabled in a wheelchair or a blind person, and people, the employers or my customers, they cannot see a specialist in you. And I have seen many myths, for instance, related to the sight disability. How will you be able to raise a child, for instance? We have been able to buy a house with our garden, and everybody was wondering, how will you manage to take care of your garden, of your house, because you will have to do things over there. Previously, before I had my daughter, I liked going to the casino and to play the blackjack. And people would wonder, how can a blind person go to a casino? And people would say, if you are blind, you stay at home and probably you work remotely, somebody will accompany you. But I actually travel a lot because I teach people to use technologies, computers and laptops. I take the bus and go to another city and navigate myself, or take a boat. And an employer, if I wanted to create more comfortable trips, my employer could create more comfortable traveling conditions for me, but I don't need that. I like traveling and going to a city and finding the necessary location. It's a challenge, a pleasant one, which I treat as a form of entertainment for me. Okay, we have just heard that Dr. Daiva Bartušienė was speaking about what superdiversity is. Now let's listen how it reveals itself in practice. Because employers apply various tactics and strategies to make their clients feel well, we will see how employers act when they employ people who are former inmates, or who are taking care of their children, or of their next of kin, or when people coming back from emigration try to integrate, but they are not managed to do that well. That's why I would like to invite Karolina Kontrimienė, as well as Kontrimienė from Vinted and Ms. Kurklienė. And Arvydas Makselis, Moody's Lithuania, the human resources manager. And the discussion will be moderated by Auste Ulubei, who is the founder of Menų dirbtuvės. art workshop. Hello, I am pleased to start the discussion. Rugile was saying that 3 years ago it was difficult to initiate such discussions. Today we have the representatives of the Lithuanian businesses and with their inspiring stories. I represent the art workshops. For 12 years, we have been creating the spaces which could involve people such as inmates or people which have been released from penitentiary institutions, and we create various workshops where people feel important and they can be seen. Today's stories, I hope, will be applicable both in private and public sectors in the contexts where openness is important. Please let us move on to the discussion, and we will ask Lina to tell her about her unique experience and strategy to integrate former inmates. What challenges do you encounter? What benefits do you find in here? Hello. I am delighted that people start speaking up with this topic. Penitentiary institutions exist all over Lithuania. The big organizations didn't actually know previously that people can employ former inmates. When we encountered the shortage of employees, we started thinking with our team about something non-traditional, unconventional. Iki supermarket, of course, will not employ the largest number of former inmates, but that was new experience, and the labor exchange has informed us that this opportunity exists, and we have decided to try. The biggest challenge is for us, the employees, because people have to be emotionally prepared. People are diverse, sensitive, difficult, and the willingness to integrate people as soon as possible existed, and this has already happened. We are speaking about inclusion, but internally we are no longer emphasizing that we employ former inmates. These are our colleagues that are working and learning, changing professions. Today, I would like to emphasize that our objective was not to fill in the workplaces, but that was the first business starting to speak on inconvenient issues. And I would like to encourage the employers to do the same, because there are so few so far who would agree to employ former inmates. Even the big cities, Kaunas, Vilnius, Marijampolė, these cities, former inmates cannot find work, although they want to work. I will ask additionally, what about the existing employees? What is the feeling to be working side by side with an inmate who is still maybe serving the sentence, but at the same time that person is a colleague? Have you noticed any impact in the public outside work? Because I understand this initiative has underway for some time. Yes, we have been doing that since 2021. We have various experience. We started from employing with the female inmates from Panevėžys female penitentiary institution. Then they went into the another institution, and now they are free. So the experience is diverse. We have employees who have participated in all the stages. They saw when they came what happened a year later and what has changed when they were released from the penitentiary institution. Of course, nothing was perfect. There were various situations, but we were preparing for the project. It was not that an idea that just came up. We were working with the managers, and we asked the managers to work with their subordinates. Actually, the inmates were more concerned than our employees. At the moment, we cannot actually differentiate between the colleagues that are or were inmates. They are colleagues. So we have a normal process which needed time. We had 3 years for that, and that happened. The biggest challenge in the public was the following: because we were employing people in Panevėžys city, where we have huge departments of production and logistics. And our main challenge was the lack of help from public authorities, and especially from the penitentiary institutions. We received 3 inmates from various, from the notorious cases that were very well known in Lithuania. And we were able to manage the situation intuitively. And I can actually award every manager with a medal, because we were able to accept the notorious personalities. You know that in our supermarket, we employed a very notorious individual, and we have both positive and negative experience. She worked for 3 days at our supermarket. She found the job individually. She was recognized. The public resisted so much, and I witnessed that personally. We had to protect her. We had to take her away from the supermarket to the auxiliary premises, because there was a risk she would be injured. On the other hand, I was delighted and said that everything is okay with that project, because the supermarket colleagues did not realize, did not understand why that happened. So we actually have achieved something good. When we listen to that, we get various ideas. IKEA cannot actually manage that on their own, but there's a need to cooperate in order to change public prejudices. If a safe environment is created at the workplace, your example shows that this is not enough. And this has to be a 360 degrees inclusion in the public. Only then will there be changes in an individual's life. Arvydas. Moody's Lithuania is a global organization which applies various inclusion practices in Lithuania. Could you please share what strategies do you apply in order to ensure that the overlapping personalities, overlapping identities are seen and included? Thank you. I am delighted to be here, and I feel the warmth being here in this sensitive environment. I have been feeling like that from the very first minute of this event. I'm delighted to be here and represent Moody's. As Aiste has said, we are the company which is global, a global corporation with an office in Lithuania. And we adopt the practices of the New York or Paris headquarters, and we have been doing that from the very first year when we opened in Lithuania from 2019. Lithuanian law does not always allow us to find out about various identities of our employees. And the most visible one is the non-Lithuanian employees working at the Lithuanian office. Yesterday I was trying to find out how many we have in Lithuania. 24% of all employees in Lithuania are non-Lithuanians or those who have returned from emigration after a significant period of time. Some of them had left Lithuania when they were 7 or 8 years old, and now they have decided to come back and work with us. It's not easy. If you can speak Lithuanian freely, but you have not lived in Lithuania for 20 years, it's not easy to get involved in the Lithuanian public when you get out of the office. Often these people encounter Lithuania's lack of preparedness to live with either people who have come back after 20 years or those people who have just arrived in Lithuania for work purposes. We have started applying the practice of trying to get people integrate in both our workplace and the society. And what we do, we have the initiative group of the Lithuanian employers. This is kind of a committee which is meant to help not the Lithuanian employees but and those who have returned to Lithuania. The purpose of the committee is to contact that individual from the first working days and offer various activities and submit the information where people have to go when they get ill, when they need to find the information how to navigate in Vilnius and what to do during weekends. We also have a certain community for non-Lithuanians who can organize various activities in a centralized way when they are not working, of course. And this idea was generated by individuals who are actually volunteers in that area. But these examples have shown that, unfortunately, they were not perfect, but people were not able to get integrated in Lithuania, and they decided that Lithuania is not for them. They quit their job and went back to the country they arrived from or another country where they would feel better. So this is the main thing I wanted to share with you. Thank you. It is very important to hear about the challenges and to hear that this is a trip. It's not enough to have a committee only. We need inclusion and overall support to everyone, even if this is a foreign national who doesn't speak Lithuania. He is not a very vulnerable person to be taken care of, but it shows that it's important to have the internal networks and support systems. Yes. As you have said, at a first glance, you may think that this is an adult who speaks Lithuania and who can navigate in his daily life. But when you speak directly to the person, you understand that sometimes they experience such stress that they start hating their work. And they experience certain specific individual experiences. For instance, when they want to find some help or try to manage their bureaucratic administrative things. And this becomes a demotivating factor for them, which actually is transposed into their work. Our main objective is to maintain those people who work best, whom we needed. And that's why these initiatives are born. We want to avoid Moody's turning into a context where people don't feel well. Carolina, Vinted conducts research on diversity and inclusion at your organization. Can you share how these research pieces reveal employees' experiences?
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear and to listen to various stories and experiences. Thank you for the invitation. Before I answer your question, let me tell you about the research, the surveys. Well, this year was the first year when we carried out a broad inclusion survey in Vinted. We surveyed more than 60% of employees, and we asked them to tell us their experience from various perspectives. So our survey asked employees to identify themselves according to various identities. Well, the survey was anonymous, but we were able to calculate the proportions of various identities in our organization. So it is the second year when we see that the identities that we consider to be sufficient and standard, that is gender, country of origin, all these identities are in fact multifaceted. They are multiple identities. And when we introduce certain standards or internal policies, we need to have a closer look at that standard identity and see, for example, that if you are a woman, a single woman without children, your career path in Lithuania in a company is different from a woman who has children and works in a different country. It might be that these two women face very different obstacles and difficulties. Previously, we might have thought that women have certain growth prospects and they are similar everywhere, but no, our survey has shown that situations might be very different in various contexts. Another thing that we introduced after the survey was our benefits package. We implemented that change last year. So now for employees who are getting ready to go on maternity or paternity leave, the employer covers the difference between the salary and the maternity or paternity benefits over a certain period of time. So when a future mother goes on maternity leave and the father continues to work and then takes a paternity leave, well, this is one situation. But we also see that our employees are a very diverse group, and we actually introduced that benefit to all types of families, not only to those families that are recognized by law and by our state, but we offered those benefits to various forms of and types of families, and I believe this is one of the best examples. Okay, so How could you please speak about the impact of your survey? Well, as I said, the survey revealed multiple identities or complex identities. That survey has also shown that we have people who are very different, but they are the internal resource of our company. In terms of specific examples, I was very surprised when I compared this year's and last year's data. I saw that we have about 10% of employees who identify as neurodivergent. This was interesting, and I realized that we have employees who could share their very interesting experiences with us. How do they share these experiences? Our neurodivergent employees have set up a group. They are our internal resource, and they work with various divisions or departments of our company and help us make decisions. So this survey has helped us to have a closer look at those identities and to experience them. Yes, so the experiences are interesting, and we will listen to many presentations today on identities, but we should also be aware that identities help companies to make decisions. So it is interesting to analyze, explore those identities. We should also be aware that one person can have multiple identities. And as was said, if we have a former inmate, this is not the only factor that defines that person. And now my following question: what first steps would you recommend in order to initiate and implement diversity and inclusion strategies in your company? What should be the first steps? My wish, my sincere wish to everyone is to not be afraid to tackle some inconvenient questions. Our system is rather complex, and we were able to see it ourselves when we had to follow many steps, because I worked with inmates who were imprisoned according to our criminal law. If you need information, you can contact me, because I don't know what information sources could employers use if they wanted to recruit an inmate from Pravieniškės prison who is in open regime. But of course, my insight is that my experience could be helpful both to inmates and to employers. I would encourage you to try this. Don't be afraid, and try. And I always like saying that our workplaces reflect our society, and the sooner we accept those people, former prisoners, the sooner our society will change. I agree with what has been said. I could also add that you need to take small steps. We shouldn't separate out diversity and inclusion. There is no need to set up a separate department and make a big deal out of it. We try to look at the existing processes, and we try to see what kind of impact those processes have on groups with various identities. We believe that diversity and multiple identities are a natural process, and we try to have a look at what kind of difficulties people face. So I believe that the most important thing is to start from small things, and then experience will come with time. Yes, we shouldn't be afraid to take on inconvenient things. When we started doing our inclusivity work, we didn't know what it would look like. We didn't know how many people would come to our events. We didn't know how many people would want to listen about transgender people. We didn't know how many people would be willing to participate in Pride. Because there are a lot of social circles in Lithuania that avoid discussing these topics. But if you don't start, you will never know. It is very important to have diversity within diversity. There's no need for a separate department within your company. You shouldn't have specific persons assigned to these roles and paid for these roles. From my experience, I can say that we need to involve people from various departments. We need to involve people who have access to more diverse people. For example, we can have a person from the IT department, another from HR, another from the business department. This will allow the organization to function more smoothly and to organize its processes more smoothly. And that group of people can make plans for next year, let's say. Another recommendation is not to ignore people. We need to listen to signals and we need to listen to people's questions. They don't come out of nowhere. This means that people are concerned about those things. I can mention one painful example, one painful experience. A super diverse person, a non-Lithuanian, a representative of LGBT community, tried to find out multiple times what they could do within the company for the sake of LGBT. What did we do? We referred that person to various portals, websites, PDF documents, instead of talking to that person personally or instead of inviting that person to join our company's diversity group. So please don't ignore the signs. Thank you for sharing this. We've had several important messages to recognize various identities and to ensure inclusiveness is not only an ethical or moral choice. All this has a lot of impact. Employees then feel seen and recognized, and this has a positive impact on their work. And this might even have an impact on the people's decision to stay in the company or to leave the company. I would like to encourage you to continue these discussions after this event on social networks and within your organizations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to the participants of the discussion. Now we are going to hear another personal story, another personal experience, and we will hear a key message of Rugile, that is that everyone wants to be accepted. I am Jogile. I'm following my master's studies. I am 30 years old. I have 2 children. I am dyslexic, and I actually discovered it myself. For the most time, I've thought of myself as being unable to do certain things, but this was influenced by other people's comments that I constantly heard, because I was encouraged to focus more, not to be lazy, etc. etc. I have two beautiful children. One of them is 2 years old, the other is 3 years old. I have a wonderful husband who has supported me and who has encouraged me to start my master's studies. I'm quite successful, but of course, this is the last year. I experienced a lot of stress. After I graduate, I intend to work in the surgery rooms. I would like to be an anesthesiologist. Well, I am dyslexic, but it doesn't mean that I can't read. It's just that I need books. I can read books when I want to be calm, when I am in an appropriate environment, when nobody disturbs me. When I talk about myself, I get nervous because everybody wants to be accepted. I don't know how I will be accepted, but I am here and I am determined to promote discussions and talking about various identities, and that we are all different, but we are all equal.
During
the discussion, we heard about organizations and companies' efforts to create inclusive environments. But what does it mean to live, for people to live with certain labels given to you by others? So our next discussion will be on personal experiences and personal identities. I will now introduce the participants of the discussions. So Rasma Pažemetskaitė, Head of Corporate Client Administration, Brigita Hitsai, representative of Epile, and an employee of Kauno Švara, Mečislovas Šelekas. And we will have a moderator, Inga Kreivėnaitė, from organization Help to be Accepted. Padėk pritapti. Thank you. I'm very happy to be part of this beautiful event. I'm very happy to have been invited to moderate this discussion about hidden identities. We have people who have those hidden identities. I'm very happy that you agreed to participate and share your stories. I have been working for more than 11 years with the Lithuanian Roma community, and I see from very close the negative bias that this community faces, what kind of weight this community has to carry, and what changes once you are accepted, and how difficult it is to integrate into the labor market. Today we have people who are active in the labor market or who fight for people who want to participate in the labor market, for example, epileptic people. I will not introduce the speakers. They have already been introduced. Brigita, we'll start from you. As was mentioned, the topic of this discussion is hidden identities and our personal experiences. I would like to ask you to share your personal story, because before this discussion you mentioned that you lived for many years by hiding your identity, but now you are boldly representing the epileptic community. Yes, hello, I represent Epile, the Lithuanian Epilepsy Union. So I was diagnosed with epilepsy in my childhood. I was given appropriate medicine, so everything was okay, but I myself did not recognize this diagnosis. And when I first tried to find a job, I was unsuccessful, and I can now admit that actually I bought a medical certificate where my diagnosis was not indicated. And actually the indications, the conditions of my job were not appropriate to me, because I had to work shifts. and I didn't take my medicine because I didn't recognize my disease, and this caused problems. I had to quit. Later on, I bought a medical certificate once again, and I found another job. I told my employer about my diagnosis, and my employer told me not to tell anyone about this diagnosis. Later on, I met a wonderful person who has now been my husband for 7 years, and I actually started experiencing health problems, and I decided to write my master's thesis about my experience and about epilepsy. And this is how I came into contact with the Epile Union. And later on, I realized that it would have been very difficult for me to work because I experienced seizures. So I started working at the Epile Union. Now I'm after surgery and I'm fully treated, but I still work at Epile Union. Okay, thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Rasma. Rasma, you are running in the European Parliament elections. You have 2 children, and you are a successful businesswoman, and you don't hide your identity, and you are well aware of the kind of obstacles that the Roma community is facing in Lithuania. When I look at you, I think that you are very successful, and it seems that everything comes easy to you, but please share your journey that you have undertaken. Yes, I had to grow. Well, I usually say that I am late to start accumulating my pension because I have been legally employed for the last couple of years only. So the path towards finding a proper job was long. I am 36 years old, so I first became employed when I was 34, so I'm very late. I tried to find a job many times. For example, I remember I was 21 years old, but I should also mention that I'm not only a Roma woman, but I also have twins, small twins. I'm also dyslexic and dysgraphic. One of my twins is dyslexic and dysgraphic, and the other is autistic. I am also taking care of an elderly person who is not my relative, but still I feel that this is my responsibility. So this is it about my youth. I will later on speak about old age. So I once tried to find a job at a cafe which served Lithuanian traditional dishes, and I was told that I was too black and too fat. So, okay, I thought that I would need to lose weight. So I lost weight, and I looked at job opening at an insurance company. I thought that, well, this would be good. I would be good at selling insurance policies. And, you know, when I saw that job opening, I went to a job interview thinking that I'm just going to claim my job, that I will work as an insurance agent for 3 months and everything will be okay. So I worked for several months, and then my boss told me, you will become the regional manager. So I called my mom. I invited my mom for lunch, and my boss suddenly saw that my mother came to the office wearing traditional Roma clothes. And 3 days later, I was told that I would not become a regional manager, and I even cannot work at that company because I'm not reliable. So I was fired. I went abroad for a couple of months, and after summer, I came back. I was really suntanned. And I decided to open a dance studio, but I didn't have money. I was a single mother. I had twins, I needed advertising, and I decided that I will create my own advertisement. So I filmed myself and published that advertisement on the internet, and then I saw all the comments. The commentator said, "Don't go to that Roma woman. She will steal from you. She will cheat you." And I thought, well, wow. But then a few girls came, they danced at my dance studio, but then my brother committed suicide because he couldn't suffer bullying anymore, and I had to undergo a period of mourning. I had to stop working. And by the way, before I was diagnosed, I was, condemned by medical staff because doctors thought that I was simply looking for diagnosis because they wanted to receive social benefits. So after several years in Vilnius, finally doctors said that, yes, you have an autistic child. So my work experience was an experiment. And now I'm working at a construction company. I sell wooden products. When I was looking for a job, I created a CV, and I used a photo where I really looked like a black person. And a few days later, I received a call from a woman who wanted to invite me to a job interview. So I was very surprised. So I went to that company. I saw several men waiting. I also saw a couple of really beautiful women. And they told me, well, we want you to work with cosmetics. Well, I said, okay, but I don't know anything about cosmetics. And they told me, everything will be fine, we'll train you. So I started working. I worked for 3 months, and I realized that I didn't like that job. But my director said, you can really do that. You have such beautiful skin. And she made me believe that, well, I am quite dark, but I'll still look good. But again, life happened, and I told my employer that I no longer could work. So that actually that company had 2 branches, and for example, I had to sell product which was called Everticon. Actually, the product was called Energicon. I couldn't pronounce product names, and I still can't. And my boss told me, Rasma, I can't let you go. I see a lot of potential in you. But I said, well, we should go our separate ways. But she said, you are a woman, and you will be good working in a construction company, because she said that you have a lot of power. And it actually became my success story, because I was shown different wooden products. They also asked me whether I was good at mathematics, and I thought, okay, I know how much 2 and 2 is, but I'm dyslexic. So actually, now I have formulas written down. I also have the Pythagoras equations, and I use those prompts whenever I talk to customers. And if my boss is watching, she will be happy to hear that, and she will hear me saying that, yes, I am dyslexic. Well, my employers love me just because I exist. I cannot say that my company is my family and my boss is my mother. No, we do have a lot of conflicts, but we hug each other, we cry together, and my boss tells me that I cannot imagine my wood products and their aura without you. And last year, my boss also told me, you know, there's this BMI platform, BNI platform, you can go there and you can represent me. So I went there, and then again I saw a lot of light-skinned people, because I still have this negative bias about myself, that I'm dark-skinned and that I'm inferior. And after that, I became the publicity face, the advertising face for the wooden products of that company. So I'm now a manager, I'm really successful, and I have become a better version of my boss, because she is now my assistant.
I have no doubts that we could continue like that for another 3 hours with Rasma, but our time is very limited, and unfortunately we have only 16 minutes left. So without further ado, I will ask Mechuslovas to share his story. Statistics say that almost two-thirds of people who had left penitentiary institutions go back there, which only shows that it's very difficult for them to get integrated into the public, restore the relationships, and get included into the labor market. Today, you are a successfully working individual. Could you share your story and what helped you get employed? Yes, I will tell you my story. Hello. This is not a simple story. It's complicated because when I was young, when I was 18 years old, I was imprisoned, sentenced to prison for 7 years. I committed a grievous body injury, and after 7 years, when I left the penitentiary institution, I went back to my life. And wherever I went, whenever I told that I had been sentenced, nobody would take me. And in this way, I started looking for relationships. Who is working where? Maybe people would help me. I had an acquaintance, and I told her that I'm looking for work. She was working in the furniture sector. She talked to her managers. Well, she said, yes, they might employ you, but don't tell them that you are an inmate, former inmate. And well, I talked to them, and they said that we have some work for you. I worked for 3 or 4 years successfully, but then the company went bankrupt. I had to leave it. So I went to another company. I worked there. That was the company established by a brother and sister, and it went bankrupt too in 2 years. So I decided that I will leave Kėdainiai for Kaunas, and I was offered a job in Kaunas. I work with furniture for quite a while. But the business did not go well, and they closed down. The salary was low, so I decided that I didn't want to stay there, so I left. I quit. Now I am in the... Then I am staying at the night shelter. I am divorced. I have a daughter and a son. I keep some relationship with them. Actually, I lost everything. When I went to the night shelter, I lost everything. I am at the labor exchange, registered at the labor exchange, and wherever I go, it's a deadlock. I was offered a place at the father's house, so to say, in Kaunas. I met the director of that father's house, and the director offered me to get employed at the Kaunas Švara company, where I am working at the moment. And in life, wherever I go, everybody would say that you were in prison. Yes, we will call you. But nobody would call me back. You fill out, you try to hide this, but people look at my history and they don't accept me because you were in prison. Thank you, Mečislovas, for sharing. This is a very important topic about job interviews. Do we have to hide it or not? And during this discussion, we talked about epilepsy, and you were trying to conceal that. Let's move on to the topic. Shall we conceal it or not during job interviews? And what difficulties do you encounter when you reveal that? And does it become easier when you disclose that? We see many employers here. What message would you like to tell them? Those who are epileptic, well, we have 25,000 in Lithuania, and in 70% of cases, this disease is controlled easily. And when we meet people, we like that. We normally say to each other that we conceal that. Epilepsy is of various forms. For instance, night epilepsy. And in the morning you can go to work. Unfortunately, 30% of people experience epilepsy attacks, and they do not find anyone to help them. Those who have lighter epilepsy attacks can get employed. There are certain success stories, but a big part of people say that they cannot find work. I will give you my story. Back in 2019, although I was not feeling well, I decided I needed a job. And I had a very positive interview, and I thought they will employ me. But then I told them in advance that I have epilepsy. That's a light form, and I experience attacks, and I can leave the room, that nobody should see me. They told me that they will call me on Friday. They didn't tell me when, which Friday, so I am still waiting. And I decided that I love my organization, and I decided to stay with my organization afterwards. And we need to get more motivation. Probably we should teach people to provide the first aid. The statistics is sad. Many those who have epilepsy also have depression, and they are at the top of those who commit suicide. So we encounter many obstacles indeed. I understand that knowing how to provide first help would be the first step in disseminating the myths. Yes, the myths are numerous. There are organizations that ask for training. When a person has a seizure, he doesn't feel any pain. You simply have to provide the first aid. Rasma, I work with the Roma community a lot, and we know painful situations when the employers, when they see that this is a Roma person, they do not employ a person. For instance, an elderly Roma woman who had a lot of cleaning experience wanted to get a job somewhere at the White Bridge. They the employer, having seen that she is Roma, said that they will call her back, but when she called them back, they told her that she does not look officially enough. So can you imagine, 5 a.m., the White Bridge, you are cleaning the street and you have to look officially, representatively enough. This is very painful. We will not repeat those stories, but I imagine that people in your environment encounter many discriminatory situations, and people do not dare to go to a job interview. Can you share your recommendations for the employers? Because there are many here. How can we dispel the fears? How can a place be more inclusive? If there are employers here, who would employ me? Please raise your hands. I am an unqualified person. Good. An employer, first of all, should say that a Roma person is not qualified because, unfortunately, we don't have any education. I am not ashamed of that. I am different. My whole family, except myself, don't know how to read or write. They are illiterate. My mom died being illiterate. She knew money by the looks. My mom, however, having worked for 25 years at the Lithuanian Railway, she would lift the barrier. I saw her example, but it was my dad that was pressurizing her to work. So what should an employer know? We have so many good qualities. My employer says, I don't have such employees that they have good qualities. You respect me. You discuss things with me. I come and say, I am not feeling well, I am on fire. And my employer is like my mom. She understands that my path was very difficult. And despite the fact that you are Roma, you have other things that follow you, like an autistic child. Sometimes I'm late for work because I need to drag out my child from my car and kick her towards the school and then come to work on time. Sometimes it's not possible. And 3 months later, I told her that I had 26 operations, and a year later I was operated on the head. But my employer came to visit me at the hospital, and she took care of my children too. So I believe that it's an employer that has to be loyal towards the socially vulnerable group. I had not yet met such employers, and I had heard myself people telling her, whom have you employed? You will have a lot of trouble. I remember her friends, businessmen, talking like that about me. And I used to tell her, if you feel pressurized and it's difficult for you to withstand, we can part friendly, in a friendly way. But she never told me that we will do that. She made it understandable to me that she will leave that person who hates me rather than quit me. I don't understand what she sees in me, but I'm so thankful to her. And I wish every employer to be telling such words about the employee as I am saying about my employer. Because every employer, when they experience a good word on the part of the employee, it's also a success story. Of course, it's always better to be praised than damned. Thank you. Mečislovas, one last question to you. what would you recommend to employers? And maybe you have any success stories when you know that people having left penitentiary institutions are successfully working. Yes, I can share success stories. And I have many people I know who got employed at other companies, for instance, Kauno Švara. I have acquaintances there, and they say that nice that you started working here. And we encounter certain bailiffs, and my employers help me. Otherwise, bailiffs take away everything, and my employer helps me prevent that, because they will take everything, and how can I survive? And they say afterwards, we will reimburse that to you. But yes, they do reimburse, but what should I do in the meantime? I don't even have food or cannot afford transport. So these are the problems I encounter. So well, many people actually experience things with bailiffs, Roma community as well, but the Roma community helps each other. That's why it's important to have certain support. And we as employers can contact the bailiffs and help people solve that painful problem. 1 minute left. Brigitta, can you share a success story? You are a success story yourself, but maybe we could hear from other community members what was their way. We have success stories, but probably the best one for the whole organization was the 26th of March, when we celebrated the World Epilepsy Day. Victoria Senkute gave an interview, who is an athlete and a rower. And this year she is going to participate at the Summer Olympic Games. When she was 15, this disease was diagnosed for her, and she was an aspiring athlete. She encountered certain restrictions, but she did not give in. She takes medicine. She was trying to conceal the disease for many years, but then she overcame herself and recognized that. And she said that this is part of my identity. And she invites people to talk about that. She is an athlete, a rower, and she is delighted that she managed to recognize the disease, to acknowledge it. And people say that those who have epilepsy cannot do anything related to water, but she has proven that people can, and the situations will continue changing if people start talking about that. There are other disabilities as well, and that's important for various people. Thank you. We will stop here for a moment, and I hope that was interesting for you and you have many questions. That will be now we will have a lunch break, and during that break you can talk to people and share your stories, and it's only through live communication we can continue cooperating. Thank you very much. We will have the opportunity to talk to each other over coffee and snacks. But before that, let's listen to one more presentation, the topic of which is the power of experiment, the solutions which are unexpected for all the problems. Ignitis Grupės representative, Paulauskas, who is responsible for inclusion.
Thank you. I haven't said anything, but you're already applauding me. Well, it is difficult to speak after these good discussions, but I will try. My presentation will consist of 99% of practice and 1% of theory. I will share this theory immediately so that it is easier for you to understand what kind of experiments I will be talking about and why they are conducted. I will talk about 5 experiments that were carried out in Ignitis group in order to achieve our diversity and inclusion aims. We are conducting these experiments not because they are fun or easy, although they are fun to me, but we are conducting these experiments because of the complex situation. We see an increasing body of research which shows that the traditional measures, let's say diversity training or PR articles, events on the topic of diversity do not work in the way we want them to work. That is why progress in organizations is quite slow. And now an increasing number of organizations are starting to look for creative ways on how to achieve progress in this area. We are also trying to find our way. We are looking at the market and research, and we try to select the things that work. So maybe this introduction was 2% of my entire presentation. So the first experiment, it's very fresh. During this first experiment, we try to address the problem that we face every time we announce top-level positions, top-level vacancies. We then open the list of candidates, and we only see men then. We understand there are various reasons, systemic, non-systemic reasons, but in addition to those, we have already made some efforts to ensure gender balance during the selection process. So we try to look at the selection process and try to improve the gender balance. We were looking for various inspirations and ideas. It's unfortunate that I don't have time to present this experiment, which was our inspiration. But after that, we developed some targeted recommendations aimed at improving gender balance during the selection process. So we decided to apply those targeted recommendations, and we announced an official challenge to managers. We said that challenge will be won by those companies in our group which will recommend the largest number of candidates, female candidates, to top-level positions. So we gathered 200 managers, and we sent out a letter, an email, telling them that if you receive that email, this means that you are participating in this challenge, and your task is to select competent women and recommend them to our selection board. So we made a decision to share responsibility for the strategic goals of the company and to share out that responsibility wider. And we said that we will announce the winner of that challenge after completing 10 selection procedures. And this is not a competition among managers, but among companies. We also decided to develop a scoreboard where we displayed results. So every day we were able to see how many candidates which company of the group recommended. So we wanted to have this spectator effect, this audience effect. well, we wanted to show that employees were following this process. They were looking at the results, and not a single company wanted to see a zero written next to its name. Of course, there were a lot of doubts about this experiment, and I usually ask myself, what if we only get zeros? What if there will be zeros next to each and every company? But I told myself that, well, zero is also results, so this will be a lesson learned. The interesting thing was that that experiment did work. You can see how our scoreboard changed. So we tried this experiment with 2 selection procedures. On the very first day, we received 5 recommendations, 16 recommendations in total, and 7 companies of our group participated in this challenge. After completing the selection procedures, we saw that those recommendations actually saved us in terms of gender balance, because it was the first time when we saw that actually there was gender balance in the candidate lists. There was no gender balance in our traditional candidate lists, and if we removed those women who were recommended, we would have only had male candidate lists. And this experiment has also encouraged employees to recommend women to any managerial position. So in the 6 months, the number of recommendations increased and was considerably larger than last year. The second experiment was related to similar problems, but here we wanted to draw the attention of women in the labor market to our company. We were thinking on how to send a message out there telling women that our company wants to have competent candidates and that our company is friendly. So we asked ourselves, what if we made sure that our job advertisements looked different? For example, if we indicated the female gender first when describing the position, that is, that the female gender would go first. So what did we do? We took 2 real vacancies, and we changed that small detail, that is the gender endings. So in one advertisement, we said that we were looking for a female logistics engineer, and in the second advertisement, we were looking for a in the first advertisement, we were looking for the female or male engineer, and in the second advertisement, we were looking for male or female engineer. And the same applied to the second advertisement. And we saw that this ending that indicates gender really works. When we looked at the clicks, we saw that the female advertisement was more often clicked by women, and the male advertisement was more clicked by men. And we saw that we can implement this change simply through the ending of the word. But on the other hand, this didn't lead to a larger number of candidates. And we saw that the situation regarding the gender balance in the candidates lists remained the same, and that ending did not actually change anything. However, that was a signal to us, and we then changed the endings in the names of all vacancies. We first mentioned the female ending, then the second The second word contained the male ending. Some of the advertisements looked strange, and sometimes we received some negative comments, however, or skeptical comments. However, we saw that this worked in part. Having realized that the endings alone will not help us, we conducted a third experiment. We thought that we could change some text in the advertisements, because we saw that when women saw the female ending, they would open the ad, but they didn't actually run for the position. So we decided to make further corrections. We took one job advertisement and we modified it. We modified it according to what is considered to be an inclusive job advertisement according to research. So we rewrote benefits, we included a picture of our female boss. Actually, this is my boss. And research shows that those role models do encourage candidates to apply. So we made those corrections and we decided to test it with our employees, not with the outside world, but with our employees. So we divided our employees in two groups. One was given the original advertisement, the other was given the modified advertisement. And what did we find out? Nothing. We saw that it didn't matter which advertisement we showed, there was no impact. We realized that we didn't make enough modifications. We saw that those modifications were not enough to change the attitudes, to change the view of the readers about the job position, about the vacancy. We also realized that that very position was also very masculinized, was very masculine, because this was for a project manager for e-charging stations. So that's a masculine area of work, and this determines the type of candidates that we attract. But we didn't lose hope. We decided to try once again. We will try once again, and if we fail, I believe we will be in a position to say that we tried everything when it comes to job advertisements. But what did I want to show you? I wanted to show you that the experiments that we conducted are not always successful, and they shouldn't be always successful. This is a path that you have to take, and this is a path where you will face a lot of failures. I said that I liked experiments, but believe me, it wasn't very pleasant to present those failed experiments to my management, but this is part of the process. And then the last two experiments, they are not related to the selection processes, they are related to publicity or public relations. We tried to address various problems related to PR and communication. We realized that the topic of diversity and inclusion is difficult to grasp, and it is an unpleasant topic because it is related to violence, to bullying, to certain discrimination, and people want to keep distance from these topics. We have also realized that people view inclusion and diversity as an official policy thing. So our objective was to bring those topics closer to people, and we understood that people are tired of articles, people are tired of traditional forms of communication. So we decided to come up with something new, and we came up with a visual campaign, illustrated stories about various topics related to diversity and inclusion. And while I'm talking, you will be able to see those pictures. Our objective was to see how close it is to our working reality. We collected those stories, some of the stories from our employees. We also created some new stories, but a large proportion of these stories are real. For example, people come up to me and tell me, Donatas, I have a story for you. And I immediately know that they will be valuable material for this campaign. So this campaign received a lot of positive comments, and we realized that we need to continue. And now we have a fourth installment of stories. And I still want to mention a couple of words about the process itself. The comments that appear on the bottom led to some internal discussions. We were questioning whether it is appropriate for our organization to show these illustrations and to show those captions. Maybe the tone wasn't appropriate. So there were discussions about that, but when we saw that those stories really hit the niche that we aimed at, we realized that we couldn't stop. And the last experiment is also related to communication. It is really fresh. That experiment took place last Friday and last Monday. We tried to raise our employees' awareness about inclusion of LGBT people, and we know that this is a complicated area. For example, if you publish even a very well-written article on your intranet, only a few people read it. So we thought that we needed to look for new forms that would make sure that almost every person within our organization would stop and think what LGBT people are, why it is important to show support to them, why it is important to resist homophobia, not to support homophobia. And we are now really proud of our idea, although it is very simple. So we decided to have this guerrilla campaign. That guerrilla campaign consisted of one single thing. We baked those fortune cookies and we distributed them to all employees. Every one of you have probably tried fortune cookies. So when a person receives such a cookie, they usually expect find some inspirational message inside, like by Paul Coelho. And you break that cookie, your expectation is high. But what did we decide to do? We decided not to include some funny text, but to include some real statistics showing how LGBT people live in our society, what kind of issues they face. And our objective was to shake people's beliefs, shake people's attitudes, and to show in this unexpected way how many people, LGBT people, experience homophobia and other unpleasant things. So colleagues would find this unexpected message after breaking this fortune cookie. And we also had a second part of the experiment. We asked them for feedback. So a lot of people were a bit lost But then they said that that message was an opportunity to stop and think and to discuss this with the colleagues because, well, you take your cup of coffee, you break the fortune cookie, and then you see that message. So that discussion and that message went through our organization in a very organic way, and we're very happy. We're very happy that we managed to reach almost every person with this message. That message then was also published on our intranet, and we published a lot of sources of information to those who wanted to go deeper. And lastly, and I know that I've exceeded my time, I wanted to say that we did have doubts. We were not sure whether this was really needed, whether this wouldn't come as too big of a shock, and we later asked people whether they were not shocked. But what can I say? Sometimes it is necessary to do things like that, or of course after evaluating your risks. Thank you.
Ačiū labai. Ačiū ir tau, Donatai.
Thank you,
O mes ko
Donatas.
gero keliausim į pertraukėlę.
Now we are going to have our break. And I hope you don't mind. We are going to shorten our break. It will last 30 minutes, so please come back at 12:35. And there's coffee and maybe some fortune cookies waiting for you outside.
Tai kągi, sveiki susirinkę, pradedame antrąją metinės Lietuvos įvairovės chartijos konferencijos dalį.
Welcome back. Let us start the second part of the conference. I would like to remind you that the conference is called Superdiversity Unveiling Hidden Identities. The next part of the conference will be launched by our guest from Finland, who you saw at the beginning of the conference. His pseudonym, stage name is Sign Mark. He has released a sign language album together with Warner Music, and he has also accomplished many unbelievable things in Finland and elsewhere. I remember When Marco told me about his career, he also told me what he did for the sake of his community. So he traveled together with the foreign minister of his country to represent deaf people's rights. And I remember that he performed a song there. But I believe that Marco will himself tell you about his efforts to and his actions in order to improve this state of rights, human rights.
Thank you, Dominicus. It's such a pleasure to be here and to give this talk to you today. So I'm Marko, and Steinmark is my artist name, as you heard. I'm from Finland, from Helsinki, and I'm a Master of Education. But actually, during my time at the university, I got to spend that much time with the kids that when I got my degree out from the university, I decided that I will never work with kids again. So I didn't become a teacher, but I started to educate sign language interpreters at the university. And today, I'm an artist and I'm an entrepreneur. I've got 3 companies and approximately 40 employers working for me. I do music, I do video production, I do sign language interpreting, and I have a tech company as well. As an artist, I've released 4 albums, and I've traveled to perform in over 50 countries. And in 2 years, Steinmark will turn 20 years. So I think that I need to start with a bit of a darker tone here. I'm going to start talking about fears. My path to this day has not been easy. You know, I've made my dreams come true, but it has been a rocky road. There has been lots of obstacles, lots of mountains to climb, and it has been a really, really, really heavy journey. At sometimes I felt a bit bitter. Why was this path given to me as a deaf person? But now, when I look back at the journey that I've gone through, I'm really happy with the obstacles that I've met, because in the end, they have given me more will, more passion. I'm more passionate to get into places like this, to speak about the topics that matter to me, like here today, talking in front of you. So what are these obstacles and difficulties in our lives? I think that often it comes to fears. We have fears that will cause ourselves or other people obstacles and difficulties. It might be fear of failing. It might be fear of meeting something foreign to me, something that is different from the reality that I've been taught, something that I'm insecure about. And I don't want to embarrass myself, so I just decide avoiding foreign things. And I've seen that fear throughout my life. At that moment, I didn't realize that it was fears of people that made them close doors in front of me. But luckily, as I am, I'm a really stubborn person, and I always believe that there will be a door that will eventually open. So why do I choose to start with fears? I think that I need to go back to the beginning of my story for you to understand the importance of fears. So the first deaf school was opened in Finland in 1846. And that's when the deaf community started to develop. We developed our sign language, and the Finnish Union of Deaf was established, and everything seemed really good at that time. Up to this point, when in Milan, they held a conference in 1880, where they decided that deaf students cannot be taught with sign language anymore, anywhere in the world. And that was a thing in Finland up to the 60s. So my parents were deaf. They went to deaf school, and they were not allowed to use sign language. They had to lip read and try to speak themselves. And what's even worse than this, during this period of time, they put a law in force that forbid deaf people marrying each other. If two deaf people wanted to get married, the woman had to be sterilized. And the latest events like this are from 1969 in Finland. So when I was born, I thought that I thought that hearing people are a minority in the world. Because my fathers were deaf, my cousin is deaf, my grandparents are deaf, my cousins are deaf. So basically everyone around me used sign language. But okay, once I got out of our home door, I realized that that's not the case. My grandparents, they were all hearing, and they did not know sign language because of the law and because of the society that forbid people from using sign language. It was something to be embarrassed about, not something to use. And my parents, though, were allowed to use sign language within the household, but not outside. Luckily, my grandparents, despite of me being deaf, they asked me to join and make music with them. So my grandpa was a good pianist. So I got to play piano with him. There I am sitting in his lap, and he taught me how to, play keyboards. And I was playing with piano, and in an early age, I learned about rhythm. And my grandmom, she used to sing, so I was lip reading her while she was singing, and I was trying to kind of interpret the songs that she was singing to my brothers and cousins. And they were enjoying, me signing along while my grandma was singing. I think that at that point, I realized that music is a very powerful tool to bring people together. So I went to a deaf school, and I think the biggest mistake that they did during my school years, that I was studying in a school building with 500 pupils, 100 deaf, 400 hearing. And during that 9 years of my primary education, we never did anything together with the hearing kids. It was always us and others separately, and I think that is a huge mistake. They should have given us the opportunity to get to know each other, to face our fears and to get rid of them. And also, I didn't get any music education, because in our curriculum it said that deaf kids are not taught music. So years went on. I translated songs. I loved signing Bon Jovi or Michael Jackson, Madonna, and artists like that. Yeah, I'm sure that you picked that sign of Madonna. Well, anyway, I was translating and signing their songs. Then I got to University of Jyväskylä, which was a really important period for me, because that's where I found my identity. I realized that I'm a deaf person, I have a culture, I have a community that has a history, I have a language, and I'm a part of a language minority. Before that, I never realized that. I just felt that I didn't fit into any category up to that point. I'm not disabled. I don't feel like that. I'm a part of a linguistic minority, because that's what I need. I need sign language for me to communicate. And one night during my studies, I went to a nightclub. And do you know Coco Jumbo, that song from the 90s? Yeah, put me up, put me down, and so on. So I was signing that song in a nightclub, on a dance floor, and I got beers thrown at me. I turned and I saw 3 guys coming at me, and they started hitting. So they attacked me, lights were put on, music was put down, and police came there and they wanted to know what was happening. And those hearing guys saw that I was like a monkey, and it was distracting that I was using sign language. And And the police told me to go home, like, leave it be, tomorrow is a new day, just go home. And it felt so unfair that I'm going home while those guys attacked me. And that's when I decided that I'm done with translating other people's songs. I'm gonna write my own. So I started to collect a group of friends. Half of them were hearing, half of them were deaf. I didn't have any money, but I shared my vision and dream with them, and they were all on board. They were supporting me. So together, we went out to make my dream come true. I could have done it by myself, but it would have been so much harder than to get friends from these people. So my first album was ready, and I sent it to different recording labels, and nobody wanted to release that because I'm deaf. So I took a bank loan. I ordered from Germany 10,000 copies of my CD. Yeah, and the truck delivered it to my home, and I just, started going around Helsinki and selling my CDs. And the word started spreading, media got interested in it, and I got bigger and bigger gigs. And then I was invited to this presidential independence party of Finland, and I realized that there is one important thing that I need to do. I need to network while I'm there. I really need to work towards networking. I need to shout out. I realized that when I was walking at the party with my interpreter, I thought that people would want to get to know me. But when I was walking there using sign language with my interpreter, I saw people. Can you guess what they were doing? They were turning away. And I was like, what the hell? Like, okay, they aren't obviously interested in knowing me. But I soon realized that it might be their fears and their anxiety to meet something new. So that's when I told my interpreter, okay, now we're working. And during that evening, I met so many people. I just went there, hi, I'm Marco, nice to meet you, who are you? And I just went from people to people to people to people and got their attention. And it was worth it. Because that resulted me writing my own book, me taking part in the Finnish Eurovision contest, where I became second, unfortunately. But anyway, the word was out already. So I signed a recording deal with Warner Music. I left my job and I established my company. And I started making more music. And I got to travel the world. I've been traveling in so many places. I've been performing in nightclubs to UN Summit. It's like over nearly 2,000 gigs around the world. But there was this one particular moment where I realized something very important. So this is me having a speech. In the audience, there were representatives from 120 different countries. So I had to stop for a moment when I saw audience reacting to my speech. They were laughing, they were smiling, they were obviously understanding me. And at that moment, it felt so strange. I'm using Finnish sign language here, like I am at the moment too. And everyone understands me, they are laughing with me. It has to be due to interpreters. I was signing in Finnish sign language, my interpreter was voicing it over to English, and then I saw all those booths up there with interpreters in there translating it to French, Chinese, Arabic, whatever language. And while they were doing their work, people with headsets on were laughing with me. And that's when it hit me. Interpreters are super important, and interpreting service is super important. And that's when I got interested into that, because I knew that in the world, the services for deaf people aren't in good state. So I founded my own interpreting service company, And I do have a lot of interpreters working for me at the moment. In Finland, I really need to say big thanks to our government. They will cover all the costs for me. For example, having an interpreter with me here today. So Finnish government is helping me to succeed in my career. And I'm sure that you heard that Finland was named the world's happiest country again. Okay, of course, there are many things to improve in Finland too, but I think that as a deaf person, I get to be an entrepreneur, I get to take part in the society in a very equal way in Finland. And before I finish, I'd like to share some of those important lessons that I've learned. The power of networking. It helps you to gain more knowledge. It helps you to broaden your vision and your thinking. Somebody here just said earlier today that we shouldn't be afraid. I agree, 100%, because you're the one who loses when you are afraid. And don't be afraid, give yourself a chance. When you give yourself a chance, you're giving another person a chance. And that's why we get to learn new things. That's what makes us open our eyes for the well-being of our coworkers or for our family or for our new friends. It teaches us how to meet different people. And if you don't want to take that opportunity, you're letting your fears control you. And how do I know this? Because I've seen it so many times. I've seen people being afraid of me, even though they say to themselves and to me that they are not afraid, but you can just see it. So be brave and embrace the foreign. When you beat your fears, you can do anything. It just opens up whole new worlds, whole new doors. I was afraid of taking part to Dancing with the Stars competition in Finland, but I knew that I have to go. I have to take the chance. I have to show that life is full of opportunities if you seize them. Thank you.
Labai ačiū, Marko, galima tokių istorijų ir jo
Thank you,
istorijų,
Marko.
kurios turi tikrai labai daug
Well,
klausytis,
we can go on listening to such stories like Marco's. They are really inspiring. Let us continue our conference and let us speak about value conflicts and tensions. Before preparing for this conference, Jolanta told me that but for Facebook, she would not understand how many value conflicts there are around. And I actually don't want to get involved in those value conflicts, but we have to say that we are so brave in our social networks because we have our social bubbles where we praise each other. But you cannot block your colleague or your the boss. The employer cannot block an employee. And then what should we do when we have value conflicts at companies? At some point, we were discussing on pandemics, on vaccination, on quarantine, on confinement, now on the war. And this discussion will allow us to see certain ways out when such value conflicts at work arise. I would like to invite the following people to the stage. Rita Vyšniauskaitė, the Buzzer Voice content creator, Karilė Levickaitė, GIA manager, and Dainius Baltušaitis, who is a business psychologist and Confin manager. And this will be moderated by Povilas Petrauskas, ICF coaching specialist.
Lygiom dalim. Sveiki gyvi.
Good afternoon. I've looked at the watch and I saw that we should be finishing our section, but we've just been introduced. So we still have 30 minutes, so let's continue. The topic was introduced. I will not expand on it. I will just tell you one little secret. Well, people say that they are afraid of public speaking. Are there such people here? So, yeah, one of the panel participants is afraid of public speaking, so there are more people like this, so let's start with you. Before this conference, we had a few phone calls, we talked a couple of times, and every one of you have shared some situations from your life. You are a team leader and you do face situations like this. One of you have said that we should avoid conflicts. But, well, we do face some lively situations when we're forced to think, what should I do as a leader, as a boss? And I know that you have faced situations like this, so could you please share them without disclosing any names, and what did you do in those situations? Yes, I have some personal experience and I have made a conscious decision to avoid conflicts. This was at the very beginning of the war. This was the period after the confinements, after the pandemic, when we still needed vaccination certificates, and our company also decided to let employees to come back to the office if they had this vaccination certificate. We recruited one new person, and after he was recruited, it turned out that he didn't have a vaccination certificate. And I thought to myself that I shouldn't judge that person because of his choice. It is the most important thing is that he does his job properly. Another circumstance was that that person was working from home, and I knew that there wouldn't be any conflicts. He wouldn't come to the office and wouldn't start telling people that vaccinations are bad. But again, when the war broke out, it turned out that my opinion about the war and that person's opinion was very different. But then I also said that as long as that person did not create any problems within the team, I will not go into conflict with him. We will just agree to disagree, and we will focus on everyday work. And the most important thing is to make sure that those everyday tasks are accomplished. But I have another example. This was a situation that I simply witnessed. Before the war in Ukraine broke out, well, we are an American company, and our colleagues decided to tell our American colleagues about our commemorative day, that is the 13th of January. We decided to tell our American colleagues about the atrocities that were committed by the Soviets on the 13th of January 1991. And during that presentation, one colleague said, "We hate Russians." That presentation was completed, and one colleague who was not of the Russian origin was struck by that phrase. She thought that this was incitement of hatred. So she approached that colleague and had a conversation one-on-one with him and told him that if you continue sending messages like this, if you continue saying things like this, you will have problems. That conflict did not escalate, but this led to an initiative in our company. The initiative was called Inconvenient Conversations. So there were discussions among colleagues about racial stereotypes, about what they feel, if they feel that there is a certain bias against them, and this bias can be present in everyday situations. So this was an example of a dialogue. We might have a certain bias regarding certain people who follow certain values, but without listening to those people, we shouldn't jump to conclusions. So this is it. Okay, so I'm now wondering what happens if you are not, when you are not afraid of public speaking? Because you answered a lot of questions easily. Rita, how do you decide where to draw the line? Who will speak to who? To what extent other members of the team can get involved? How have you defined this? I think that every situation has its boundaries and its aspects, and people draw boundaries at different places. So I can't give you an exact answer about the boundaries, because today, for example, today we see how different we all are. So people have different boundaries, and I can't give you a direct answer. A lot depends on the situation. Thank you, Rita. I will now address Karile. You can use any microphone you want. There is a diversity of microphones. So, Karile, you also see certain declarations of values. You see what direction we are taking, what are the main principles, but what happens in organizations? We might have some slogans on the wall, but is the reality the same or is it different? Well, when you speak about organizations and their slogans or their activities, just like people, organizations can find their own identity and their path and their organizational culture. So I think that people too can have slogans. Personalities can also have slogans and wave those slogans, and those slogans would reflect their identity. But we should look closer and see what is behind those slogans. Are they empty, or is there some content behind them? And there is also something in between. Well, as far as I understand, you said that conflicts should be avoided, but I would like to say that we shouldn't avoid conflicts. As in interpersonal relations, organizations also have their identities, and they have to create a space and instruments, and they should also create an opportunity to talk about various things that exist and various attitudes that exist. Having a slogan is not a bad thing. This is a form of communication. Well, you can clarify certain things through deep conversations, and you can clarify other things with the help of a slogan on a wall. And I can see analogies between organizations and people, like communities and individuals. And when it comes to values, people are different, and we most often don't speak about differences in values, but about the different ways that we interact with those values. And I believe that this is the source of conflicts which become loud and which provoke tensions. Could you please give an example? Yes, I will give an example. We can have different approaches towards certain social situations or political situations. Let's take LGBT people. Well, there is polarization in Lithuanian society. So we can have different approaches, different attitudes, but we are aware of those attitudes and we agree to disagree. Another thing is if we try to escalate this, and if this starts to dominate over tasks or over team relations. So these escalations are things that we call conflicts, but they are part of our everyday life. And the most important thing is the expression of behavior. And we most often see this expression, just people's behavior. But if an organization and managers and employees try to increase their ability to see a person's mental reality, if we try to focus not on the content but on the way we feel, because we are all constructs of our past and of our experience. And if we agree that we can discuss how I feel, how you feel, if we agree on the forms of discussion, if we speak about that mental reality, this becomes a way to understand better and not to polarize. And I believe that this would be a sign of maturity. This would be a deeper level. Okay, so you mentioned this, and I would like to touch another aspect. When it comes to organizational maturity, what are the signs that show that an organization has reached a level of maturity where it is able to communicate not through their internal values or attitudes, but through how people feel? Because, it's not good if an organization says that we accept everyone, but the reality is different. So what are the signs showing that an organization is already mature? Well, I've been working in the area of mental health for 20 years now, and this concept of mental health is not a very nice one. It's not a nice combination of words. And recently I was at an airport terminal. I was waiting for my flight, and I heard two people talking, and I believe that there were two managers managing company departments responsible for customer care. And one of them said, well, when you recruit a person, you can teach that person technical things, but it's much more difficult to teach persons soft skills. And I thought, yes, so mental health means soft skills, means the ability to act not only on the level of content, because we are all involved in organizations that try to implement certain goals, but we should also be aware of this meta level. It needs to be addressed. And those organizations who don't limit themselves to some one-off seminars or webinars or discussions, but are really trying to create spaces for discussion. And if they do this coherently, they, in this way, develop values, and they create such an environment which contributes to the shaping of people's attitudes and values. Because people then see that it is okay to talk about the things that are not okay, although we had been taught to just stay silent. And looking from the perspective of mental health or emotional well-being, some organizations start to see that they can have a different approach. They can create a space, for example, for managers to sit down and talk. They can have some insights. They can organize a series of seminars. An interesting thing that some organizations are now doing and that are related to emotional well-being is appointing ambassadors to be responsible for certain issues. And these are the people who you can approach and with whom you can talk about issues that are important to you. So there is a need for the possibilities to address one another on the meta level. And here we need a system and the required complexity. Yes, but I believe that one seminar like this wouldn't be enough, because when people become managers, they change positions, but inside they're still the same person. And they, for example, don't know how to talk to employees, but they simply ask one question, the employee says everything is okay, and that's it. So thank you very much, Karile. And now, Dainius. I believe that you have a huge responsibility, and I will explain why I'm saying this. Well, in 1 year, your team organizes a lot of events aimed at our business community. You also invite foreign speakers who share their insights, and this is very significant when people go back to their families and to their teams and to their organizations. And people say that these things change a lot. And okay, so I'm asking for a friend. Should managers, should business owners avoid conflicts, or should they just say how things should be and everybody should follow? Well, if you know what you want and people are ready to follow you, this is one possible path. And there are many possible paths. We don't know which one is the right one. Would I like to be such a person? No, I don't. And I don't think that I would find many people in this room who know their path and know how to get there. So there are some respected Lithuanian companies, big companies, who tell their employees, this is not about me, this is not about you, this is about our vision, and let's follow that vision. If you don't agree, let's go separate ways. So this is one of the ways. But to reply to your question, should we avoid conflict? No, not at all. I believe that conflicts are the greatest good, which leads to something. I sometimes like to joke that why do families have 2 TV sets, usually have 2 TV sets? Why? Because a husband and a wife try to avoid conflicts. They go into separate rooms and one of them watches one series, the other watches another series. And we are in separate rooms. But is that the organization that you would like to be part of? I don't think that many things are born in separate rooms. So conflict might become an energy that you can use for good ends. But as was said, the expression of conflict is important. We face conflicts and we face certain confrontations and differences of opinion every day. But the question is how we get out of it. And, well, we in organizations and in our country, which is also an organization, we try to get out of that conflict being a winner. And we think that this is the best thing that we can have. Because dialogue, by definition, where people come to this dialogue with 1, 2, 3, or 4 opinions, and we all leave with a 5th opinion, which means that together we have created something new. And in cases like this, conflict is justified. I believe that Voltaire has said that people don't like to be afraid, but being sure of oneself is foolishness, is foolish. So we need to try and encourage new opinions, new attitudes. Okay, so but what is a conflict? When there is a conflict, people usually try to prove their truth. One Buddhist monk has told a story about how they manage conflict. Let's say there are two people who disagree on what to eat for dinner. And the other person's task is to help that second person to prove that they're right. And they don't usually get angry. They simply come out of that conflict with a new opinion, with a third opinion, which is already devoid of confrontation. Yes, I agree with what you have said. Well, we might come out of the conflict with our own opinions. Maybe we will not formulate a new opinion, but the best thing is that when we have different opinions, maybe we disagree, but that doesn't prevent us from doing our work well. So this is this agreement to disagree. Yes, we can disagree, but we need to do our work. Okay, so if you were to introduce one rule, but that rule should be followed by everybody, by every team, by the organization, by a family, so what would be that one rule you would want to see implemented everywhere?
Laukiu savo eilės. Bet taip sureagavai, lyg būtum žinojęs, kad šitas klausimas bus. Ne, nežinau, bet prisiminiau. Prisimeni teisingą atsakymą? Okay, so you remembered something, or you remembered the correct answer. Well, okay, I can tell you a brief story. I can play piano, and I play well. I have 4 children. You can applaud me. And you understand that all my children should become musicians or should play an instrument, if not to become professional musicians. So there's no question about it. Yes, there should be an agreement on that. My wife does not play the piano, and she believes that there are other things that are nice, for example, sports. And you can understand that this is not about me. And maybe it would be more beneficial, sports would be more beneficial to children. So we try to convince each other. Well, I try to convince my wife that music is better, and I have some sound arguments that music is related to mathematics. There is the rhythm and mathematical calculations. But we reached a point where we thought that it is time for us to hear each other, and there is no absolute truth anywhere. And once you realize that, and you then tell your children, son, daughter, go play music, go and take part in sports, and later you will decide yourself. Well, I am a single mother raising 2 daughters. You can also applaud me. And they are choosing something else. They don't do what I do. I think that organizations should engage in the process of exploration, should look for signs of identity, and should make moral choices. Values and moral choices are different things, but there is truth somewhere. The truth is not in the choices that you make. But, for example, the truth is that you shouldn't harm another person. And, for example, psychological violence and bullying is a very important problem now. Then inclusion, let's say LGBT families in the same way as heterosexual families are valuable. So organizations should find these values, and those values should become their backbone. And it doesn't matter whether an organization is big or small. So finding those values and form that backbone would be my rule number one. And yes, and you shouldn't say that I love somebody and that's it. No, it should be a process. Okay, Rita, I think that I will echo some things that Dainius have said. It is not necessary to get involved in a conflict or confrontation to change another person's opinion. A very important thing is the ability to learn. So in every conflict should be viewed as a learning opportunity. We could learn from other people's opinions, values, and we can try and understand how people feel in certain situations, how different they feel in certain situations, and curiosity is important. We need to go out with open heart and try to learn something. Okay, so I asked that question, and I will also reply to that question. Well, I have 3 children. Okay, the topic of children is very popular. Yes, but similarly, in our organization, we meet from time to time to discuss what is going well, what is not. And I believe that the same as with children. After some time, they come to you and ask you, why didn't you push me in that direction? Why didn't you encourage me there? Whenever we do something, we don't think that we're making a mistake, and only with time, with retrospect, we see that that was a mistake. So in addition to what you mentioned, I believe that we shouldn't be afraid of making mistakes, because the sooner you make a mistake, the sooner you learn and correct that mistake. So thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you for your active listening, and thank you for your support when it comes to children, etc. And I believe that I've reached the record. We still have 2 minutes to spare.
Thank you very much for the discussion. Now, I would like to to attract your attention to the screen. The immigrant from Cameroon, Pascalina, will share her story.
I am Pisca Valentina Pascalina. I am 35 years old. I am a trans and non-binary person. I live here in Lithuania and in Vilnius especially. I speak English, French, and little Russian. I am from Cameroon in Central Africa. I spent 2 years in Belarus before I come in Lithuania to ask for asylum. I left Cameroon because I was persecuted because of my sexual orientation, and also it was not safe for me to continue to live in Cameroon. In Cameroon, I was doing a lot of things, such especially working in restaurant. Yeah. When I say working in restaurant, as a waiter, as a dishwasher, also. Yeah. It was okay for me. Why? Because I was among LGBT people and I was feeling comfortable among LGBT people. Yeah. Now I'm still in the camp, in the refugee camp. It's true that I got the refugee status. When you are a queer or a trans person, you don't go to your job to seduce anyone, to seduce the boss, to seduce your colleagues, to show how you're beautiful, to show how your nails are very long, and so on and so on, to show how you know how to do your makeup. You go to do your job. So you have to put yourself in a way that you will do that job very well.
Now, we will be listening to a presentation about accessibility. Does accessibility mean only taking care of the environment? Well, if you see a staircase which would be accessible only to kamikazes, this is hardly accessible. However, does information reach you? If you provide services, can people with certain needs make use of your services? Now, I would like to give the floor to Mintautė Jurkutė, who is an expert of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman. Hello. I am pleased to be here. It's really warm and cozy, and it's very convenient when you make a presentation in the second part of the conference, because so many things have already been discussed. I am Mintautė Jurkutė from the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman Service. Today I will speak about accessibility, which exceeds the primary understanding that this is only about the accessibility of the physical environment. The whole conference is about superdiversity, that is, we are individuals with many overlapping identities, which can be found in one individual. One identity may be more active than another. But when we speak about services accessibility, we have to think about the fact that an individual is very diverse. And the need for the service may also change depending on how we live and how certain features of our identities get activated at a certain period. For instance, age cannot be felt very much at the beginning of your life. And when we speak about services and accessibility, we have to take into consideration many identities. So today we have to think about two things. When we consider the accessibility of services, first of all, it's the contents. How we talk about it, how we compile images, and how we respond or don't respond to that. Secondly, it's the form. These are the practical issues which are very easy to take care of when you know that people not necessarily know the official language or have certain other needs, like, for instance, they see colors differently, or there are certain invisible designs which you have to take care of. I will not speak a lot about the forms and shapes. You can invite us from the Ombudsman Service to share about what can be done, and sometimes it's only the knowledge that is lacking. I will be speaking about the contents, and I mean it in the wider sense. we are speaking about an individual and what features are relevant for those, what qualities are relevant for those individuals. The examples that I will present are based on the experience of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman's service. We also examine people's complaints regarding non-ensuring equal opportunities and discrimination. And we carry out various surveys in order to determine whether discrimination did happen based on the law of equal opportunities. Each time when discrimination is determined or an investigation is carried out regarding the accessibility or non-accessibility of service, the service providers very often say that we did not mean to discriminate anyone, we just didn't know. And that's why today we would like to leave us with a thought that sometimes we only need to think about it. Now, when we speak about the different identity features, we would like to start with age. We live in the digital world, and many things move into the electronic area, electronic space, and we are able to deal with many services without queuing or going physically by internet, online. But when we speak about certain groups, the digital environment is isn't the most convenient. For instance, if we take the elderly people who do not have, who are not technologically literate, and one of the situations that we are constantly examining is the Lidl shop, which little supermarket, which has the Lidl Plus app, which you may have seen, and you have probably experienced that this is not very convenient because each time you have to activate the vouchers and so on. And the elderly had contacted our service a number of times saying that they want to use the services, the discounts, but they do not have the mobile phone, or it's difficult for them to think about it. So we recommended Lidl to find an alternative. Unfortunately, they have not implemented this recommendation so far, and this is a very obvious example. As Lidl, they are digitalizing various services, but not to the full extent. Maybe sustainability is also very beneficial, but certain groups, due to the lack of knowledge by the owners of those services, may feel somehow excluded. A disability is also very diverse. There are sensorical, intellectual, psychosensorical disabilities. Do you provide your services so that people can make use of them without disturbances? If you advertise something, can people make use of that? When we provide the services related to having children, we learn so many things, and we have certain stereotypes and education and dispositions which arise from our backgrounds. We have seen mother and child's rooms, and they are called like that. And when these rooms are called mother and child's room, well, we exclude the dads who could also use these rooms. But very often, physically, those premises are installed in areas where these areas are accessible only to women, for instance, in female bathrooms or changing rooms. And if there is a dad with a child, they cannot make use of these rooms. And we also had one person, female person, who wanted to have an exam in our driver's examination center, but she was wearing a head scarf, and she was asked to take that off publicly in front of everyone else because the recognition was necessary, and she felt humiliated because she was not offered an alternative. There are many other premises where you could do that if you think of it, but this was not done. That's a simple thing, right? If we understand that people have other customs, other imagination, and live in a different way in the world, that would not pose a problem. For instance, there are even hairdresser saloons where women wear head scarves, hijabs. You can have a haircut somewhere in the private spaces. So these are the things and about which, if you think, they can be solved so easily. We also receive many complaints regarding changing rooms. It's something simple. I come to a sports club or the aqua park and I need to change, and I have to go to the changing premises according to my sex, but this may be problematic if these are separated very strictly for men and women. There are non-binary individuals or transgender individuals, and that may be problematic for them. Moreover, if you have the families coming with different family members of different sexes, for instance, if there is a dad with a small daughter, which changing room should they use? And of course, mothers can take their small boys, sons, to the changing rooms, and that's quite usual. But then it becomes very questionable when a dad brings a small girl into a man's changing room. The same should be said about the sexual orientation. There are so many things arising out of the lack of thinking about how we introduce our services. A year ago, we saw an advertisement of Apollo Cinema, which was saying, invite your second half to a date. And there were various ads of different couples and heterosexual, homosexual, and it's a small thing. And then this is not a big challenge. This, if for instance, the campaign actually shows many pictures of the couples of the same sexual orientation as you belong to, that you don't feel that other people of different orientations could feel well if they were reflected too by the service provider. So we have to think whether our services are accessible because we are super diverse, and whether the services can be used by various people. I also would like to mention the importance of the language. We experience the world through the language. On the one hand, that reflects the existing stereotypes and norms. On the other hand, this normalizes new things. When we speak about that, often And in the same way, we accept that as our reality. This is a small example based on our observation. The Kaunas ice arena, and there is the cleaning premises, and each time when you want to access the ice, you have to pass by that cleaning room, and normally women work in that room, but when it says that this is the female cleaning room, that's already a prejudice that, well, cleaning is a female job. We know that this is not the most prestigious job, and it poses the label of a female sex on that name written in Lithuanian, on that changing room, and on that cleaner's room. So we have to think about how we talk about our services and how we provide the information. Equally, images are important. How do we present our services? When we speak about childcare, do we use a mom or a dad? When we speak about mechanics, what do we show? Men or women? This is a neutral profession, but this diversity is very much missing, and especially when introducing the services through images and presentations. The services are used by various people. We know in communication that if we want to achieve an objective, we have to identify our target person very clearly, even give a name to that person. And when you choose a marketing strategy, you have to think about that, because so many people are diverse. Representation is important. We have heard that small girls started saying that they would like to become presidents when Dalia Grybauskaitė became president. And before that, this was not a profession desired by small girls. And we kind of project ourselves towards what we want to do and who we want to be. Choose the language and the image with care and responsibly. If we want to create a diverse and inclusive environment, we sometimes need to experiment, like mentioned by Donatas Paulauskas. We have to mold that attitude. For instance, a welder is not necessarily a male, it may be a female as well. And use inclusive language, because language is so powerful. If we take it into account, many things would change. If you have doubts or questions, talk to various communities. This is very beneficial and brings a result very quickly, because then you can understand whether you hit the target or not, whether you followed the right path or not. And people tell you if you have taken the wrong path. Thank you very much for your attention. If you want to talk to us, we are happy to help you, and we will speak about it, how we can express that through form as well. Thank you.
Ačiū labai Mintautai ir kviečiu susipažinti su Violeta.
Thank you to Mintautė. I would like now to introduce Violeta to you and her multiple identity.
My name is Violeta. I am 36 years old. I am a Tatar from Bashkortostan. I am a refugee in Lithuania. I have been in Lithuania for 11 years. I am also a mother. I have 5 children. I am a student as well, a last year student at Mykolas Romeris University. I study social work and human rights. I also work as a project manager in Refugee Council of Lithuania. Also, I was working before as a translator in a teleperformance company, also a volunteer in Baltic Turkish Cultural Center. I was organizing some food masterclass. I'm also on halal diet, but vegetarian diet with fish also suits me good. I am a Muslim. First, I came here with my husband because he came here for a job, and he is from Turkey, and political situation in Turkey has changed, and we had to apply for asylum because we couldn't go back, and it is similar situation in my place of origin as well. In Russia, the situation is very difficult politically, and now also Russia started a war against Ukraine. So because of these political changes, we have applied for asylum and became refugees.
Together with Jolanta, when preparing for this event, we shared a lot of impressions about the topics that we are discussing today, and we started talking about advertising. We remembered those advertisements with cowboys who defined the image of a smoking person. So it was cowboys, waterfalls, and horses. We also started saying that advertising is very powerful and impactful, and it instills certain images in our brain. So, Jolanta, when it comes to advertising and representing people in the public space, what attracted your attention and what do you think is problematic? Well, you know, for example, the participation of older people in advertisements seems to be problematic to me because they are usually depicted in advertisements for drugs, for medicines. They are also depicted as unable to use IT technologies, information technologies. And, for example, one of my acquaintances was advertising vaccines, and she was dressed as a really old lady, and there are heaps of examples like that. I could continue and continue. Yes, I remember when the first LGBT pride events started in Lithuania, we had a lot of mounted police on the streets. I remember those pride events, but I don't remember a single company back then who would have sponsored pride parades, because back at that time that would have meant the destruction of their reputation. So now communication has changed and business wants to be seen as addressing various problems, and business likes to be seen as helping people, supporting certain groups. And about 7 years ago, the situation changed radically, and we see a lot of positive examples in the public space. So the situation has changed, and I would also like to say that communication and diversity in communication is very important, is an inseparable part of business. I would now like to invite Peter, a psychologist, and then Ugne, Vaida Budrienė, the communication specialist and the moderator of this section, a member of the Lithuanian Diversity Charter and the manager of Lithuanian airports, Marius Zelenis. Thank you for this fantastic introduction. Thank you to Jolanta and Dominikas. I think that Jolanta and Dominikas have certain magical powers because they were able to forecast one of the elements that we're going to discuss. I'm very happy to participate in this conference. I'm very pleased to be here. I've heard a lot of sincere and moving stories. It is nice to hear those stories in organizations because diversity is growing there, and I can see changes just like Dominikas, but do we really have significant changes in communication, and is communication sufficiently diverse? We will try to discuss this during this discussion. We will try to see certain fears and challenges. Dominikas remembered the past. I also remember that when I was involved in communication about 14 years ago. So there was this principle that you can take a famous person, put them into an advertisement, and you can sell anything. So I'm not sure whether that was true. And then even ordinary people had to meet certain standards. And the people were rather similar back then, but now everything is changing. The standards are being broken, codes are being broken, but this does not happen by itself. So, Jurgita, could you please tell us how you, in your company, in Telia, started addressing this topic? How did you start talking about diversity? Yes, good afternoon. I will start from a brief story. Julia, the person responsible for diversity at our company, didn't allow me to say this, but I will say this. Well, you have probably noticed that I'm a very tall person, but for the first time in my life, I suddenly felt normal, because I usually feel normal when I'm in a basketball team, and I felt normal here. So I believe that everybody should get this feeling in Lithuania. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with marketing. I am responsible for the brand, for the telecommunications brand and marketing of that brand. Well, this is an expensive thing, so our occupation is expensive, and our main objective is to grow value for shareholders, and probably financial value and social value are different things. That's one. When we started thinking about our communication 3 or 4 years ago, we started looking for the value in our brand. Yes, we are involved in telecommunications, but what else? So we tried to see what was important to Lithuania, and as during the previous discussion, we very quickly understood that it is not enough to have a slogan hanging on the wall. So we organized focus groups with people outside, and also focus groups within our company. The first group focused on issues like bullying, cyberbullying. The second topic was education. We tried to see whether we could do anything in that area. Then the third topic was climate change, and the fourth topic was people with disabilities. And when we asked which topics were suitable for Telia, people said social sphere and climate change, but when we asked what was important for people, disability came first, and we decided to thread carefully. We wanted to have people's support, because we knew that if we make mistakes, we will get burned. Yes, we mentioned a very interesting aspect that I feel too. So there's this question, when can you start discussing a certain topic? So you should first accomplish certain steps, you should first do some work and only then start talking about it. So how much does an organization have to do before it can start discussing a topic? Well, about 3 years ago, we thought that we should become 100% green and only then announce this to the outside. But now I have realized that we will never become 100% green or organic. We will always have issues. And I think that we should have started talking about this 2 or even 4 years ago. Well, you can, because you can have a larger influence if you say that I'm changing, but I'm not 100% there yet. So you shouldn't wait until you accomplish everything 100%. We also said that maybe there was no need for communication. We could do everything silently. We could work appropriately. But not say anything to the outside. For example, we had an idea to go out and film some small animals and children, but then we thought that if we have this story, this video, so why not go ahead and send a message together with that video? And now, well, Christmas is approaching and nobody wants to film small animals and children. We need to think about something new. So we now face this problem. We can't simply use a different person in an advertisement. This wouldn't be enough. So we are now thinking what we should do about our advertising. Okay, I know that I'm talking a lot, so please stop me. 4 years ago, we had an advertising campaign with elderly people. And when we evaluate our advertising, we usually try to see whether people have seen the advertisement and what they attribute it to. So they did see that advertisement, but they attributed it to a drugstore. Because everybody thought that an innovative company, a telecommunications company, a 5G company cannot have elderly people in their advertising. I would like to clarify, but you didn't talk about old people in your campaign. No, we simply filmed a couple of 80 years old. There are awards, advertising awards in Lithuania called Advertising Password, and we didn't win that award. And we realized that big brands like us need to try and change attitudes. So, for example, well, you're already providing internet connection, so do something else for Lithuania. And yes, we think that it should be us. If not us, then who? Okay. Now, the next speaker, we've heard about Telia. What about your organization? Well, in our organization, everything comes from a personal level. We have a project which is called Invisible. Previously, it was a content project. Now it has become a corporate project. So our project started from the fact that we have people in our administration who are raising disabled children or who have disabled people among their relatives. So we had a discussion in our kitchen. We thought, why not have a content project on disability? And that project grew very quickly. A lot of organizations have joined every day. We have about 5 content items related to inclusivity, and we have said to ourselves that this is our corporate project. But we also faced a similar problem as Telia. We were doing this, but we then started looking at ourselves. I'm not sure whether you visited our office, but if you have, you know that there is a large staircase leading to our office, and we started thinking whether disabled people would be able to reach us. So next week we are starting repairs in our office, we will make our premises accessible to people with mobility issues. Later on, when it comes to our content, well, we send those inclusivity messages towards the outside world, but when we started thinking about ourselves, we realized that we ourselves have a lot to do. So starting from next week, we will have several disabled people coming to our office and shadowing our employees, and this is a major event for us. So, well, we first started focusing on those messages. We started placing content about disabled people and inclusivity, and then we realized that we must change too. Our organization must change too. So we then developed a new strategy, a new inclusivity strategy. We defined what we should be like, what Delphi should be like when it comes to inclusivity, and that our project grew into an internal project. Okay, so we've had two very good examples about the path that two organizations have undertaken. So the first organization thought that they should accomplish everything 100% and only then start talking about it. The second organization started from those messages and then realized that they must do something themselves. And now I'm addressing the third participant as a psychologist. Well, today we've heard the word fear. A lot of people said that they were afraid, and Marco also said that people were afraid of him. So fear is a present factor when you embark on your diversity and inclusivity journey. So what is your view? Well, it's good that we are afraid. We are healthy people. That's my first message, and that's my main message that I would like to convey. Because let us think, fear is a good thing. If we are not afraid, we will not be able to feel happiness, joy, or love. Do you want to give up those feelings? No. So if you want to feel those feelings, you also need to feel fear. In terms of communication, fear would be that pink exclamation mark or this light bulb which tells you to be cautious, and that's it. So, for example, should we eliminate indicators which show you that you are about to run out of fuel in your car? No, I think that button should, that blinking light should remain in the car. So fear is a good thing, but we need to recognize it and we need to understand the reasons behind it. So is fear related to certain fantasies or experiences of other colleagues working in other organizations? Maybe somebody received negative comments, or are we afraid about the impact of our words? Because we don't know how our words will affect, let's say, everybody here, so that's why we are afraid. We're also afraid to make mistakes, and a lot depends on how the organization speaks about mistakes. Well, if it says that we've made a mistake, we've learned our lessons and let's move on, it's good. But what if the organization tells you to go somewhere else? So fear is good, but do we give in to this fear? My recommendation would be to think about your personal and your organization's values, although we've heard some negative things about values during the previous discussion. So we need to lean on those values and to go forward. We need to admit that we are afraid, but we are moving forward. I really love fear. Okay, so this is a value question. So our organization needs to understand that there might be some opposition, some hostility from certain people from elsewhere, but we have our backbone of values. Yes, I believe that values and objectives are very important. I need to understand why I am doing this or that and why I need this.
Labai įdomu iš jūsų perspektyvos, kaip Jurgitos pasakojimas, ar ne, apie...
Yes, it is very interesting to listen. Jurgita mentioned elderly people used in an advertising campaign, and another example was about a Christmas campaign and people with disabilities, let's say blind people. And people did not associate, let's say, Telia with that age group. Well, I don't know how to comment that. I don't have an answer. I think I would analyze the situation and I would try to see whether people identified themselves with the advertisement. Let's say I'm a person who is using all the services offered by that company. Was that situation familiar to me or not? Was it relevant to me or not? And whether I can identify with that situation. So that's just my guess. Jurgita, please. Well, in the first video clip with elderly people, the reason why that advertisement was not successful was that we are not used to seeing old people using the internet and other services just like us and not needing our help. So that was unusual for people. And sometimes you said that you need to use a lot of colors, a lot of images, and your advertising will work, but not necessarily. And, you know, like 10 years ago, I wouldn't have come here and stood before you being 2 meters high, 2 meters tall, but today I'm feeling all right. And in the area of marketing, you need to navigate various currents. You need to make sure that you are successful at selling and also help your trademark at the same time and also influence the society step by step. You wanted to say something? Yes. Our project, Invisible, is the first project of this kind in terms of its duration and its goals. We are talking about people with disabilities and their inclusion. I don't remember any other corporate project in the Lithuanian media, and this is a sustainable, coherent project. Yes, and that coherence is important. And I can tell you what people are reading. Well, you know, we are often criticized because for not publishing cultural material, not publishing enough cultural material, but people don't read that. People usually read articles about bureaucratic obstacles and about the ways to address those obstacles. And I think that our project is very useful in this sense and helps overcome obstacles. For example, we wrote an article because we were approached by a person who did not receive any help from a social worker, although that help was supposed to be given to him according to the law. And in that case, the situation changed. That person received all the necessary services, and we received apologies and explanations that maybe the relevant employees misunderstood how those social services should be provided. Yes, so you have a large audience, and when you speak about concrete steps and communication, well, I believe that your example shows that communication can accomplish a lot. Yes. And we see that the reach of those articles is 25 to 30,000. It is a large reach, and it shows that this topic is relevant also to people who don't have any disabilities. Yes, so this is a good example of escalating certain issues that are not discussed every day. And in Telia's case, we are also talking about large budgets, and you can, for example, use your Christmas advertising campaigns to convey a broader message. So we also try to integrate more diverse people in our communication. We don't directly discuss the issues, but we simply show more diverse people. Another method would be talking directly, like in the campaigns related to disability.
Man, Ugnė, galbūt būtų dar tau, ar ne?
So another question. Stereotypes in advertising. For example, the magazine cover standard and diversity. I think that in this area we are also making steps forward, and we are breaking boundaries. So can this also be an object of our communication or subject of communication? Yes, this is yet another interesting topic, because the very word normality, normal, not normal, is important. So what does diversity mean to me? It means that there are a lot of different people in the world. And this is an interesting thing, because there is not a single person in the world who would be identical to another. We won't find two identical people according to the color of their eyes and their fingerprints. So how many people do we have in the world? The population is growing, so that is this diversity. That diversity is beautiful and big. It is very good that we have this diversity. But when we operate in terms of normal and not normal, this is only a product of our thinking that is determined by history, by certain circumstances, but this is only a product of our thinking and nothing else, because we are all different, and there is no such thing as normal or not normal. So if we are all different, and if being not normal is normal, I think everything is simple. Yes, so I can see that you all have about a minute left, a minute each left, so would you like to share any lessons learned after taking those first steps in your organization? Do you still have doubts? Do you have any fears? Yes, I can start. Yes, we do have fears. We are afraid. We didn't come here to boast. We have 2,000 people in our company, and we call them one large focus group. We are a very good reflection of Lithuanian society. We have those who complain. We still have people who submit comments, very negative comments, like in the Delphi portal. So those comments are very interesting, but their number is decreasing. but we're still afraid. But my wish and recommendation would be to choose one topic which is most relevant to the majority of people. And for example, there's a good book, How Culture Killed My Brand. So if your company doesn't have a culture, your brand will go bust, because 2,000 people, they talk, they write, they can be honest, not honest, and you can't hide anywhere. Yes, I agree with you. There is this opinion that every employee has about 100 contacts, acquaintances in various circles, so you can multiply that by 2,000. Yes, my recommendation would be not to be afraid. We were not afraid, and we will not be afraid. If you say to yourself that this is important, if you see a need for in your organization or for you personally, just get down to it and do it. Yes, we are large brands. We work in different sectors, but we need to do it, because if not us, who? Yes, okay, so I wish you a lot of courage. And Ugne, yes, to continue what you have said, let's look inward, let's look at ourselves, and maybe everything will be really simple. But we should also push ourselves, talk, discuss, and I really hope that in 5 years' time, when we meet here, we will listen to different stories. We will be happy about acceptance. We will say that we all accept each other, and this will be a conference of good stories. Yes, there will be another conference called Login, and we are also planning a discussion on inclusion. And the topic of that discussion will be how to speak simply, because when we organize discussions like that, we are afraid that people will be just complaining that they don't have this or that. But the organizations working in this field tell us that no, we are not going to complain, no. We are focusing on very simple things. So I really hope that we spoke in simple terms. We had clear and simple stories, and I believe that we should first understand what is important to us as an organization. We need to understand our goals, and then we have to have the courage to take steps. Thank you for listening.
Ačiū visiems diskusijos dalyviams. Na, o ką dabar mes norim paskelbti?
Einam kavos išgerti.
Taip, paskutinė.
Thank you. Now we will have our last 15-minute break, but please don't be late, because we have to resume at 12:30 sharp.
paskutinėje mūsų konferencijos apie super įvairovę dalį.
Let us start the last part of our conference about Superdiversity. And this is now the authentic video story. And let's meet Sam.
Mano vardas yra Sam, man 24 metai.
Hello, I'm Sam. I'm 24 years old and I study environmental sciences. I'm vegetarian, I'm non-binary, and in Lithuanian you address me like yes, and in English it's them. And this is my tattoo, signifying that I have ADHD, I am autistic, and I am within the autism spectrum. Many of my identities are overlapping, and somebody in my family sometimes asks me whether I would like to taste some meat or some meat jelly, which I had never tasted in my life. I don't feel being a traditional Lithuanian. I don't feel part of Lithuania. I feel an alien. It depends upon the situation, but sometimes I feel some fear whether somebody will be aggressive. But when I came back to Lithuania, I was delighted to see Lithuania different. When I grew up, what kind of prejudices there were in the public in respect of LGBT.
Išgirsime pranešimą, kokios įvairovės ir įtraukties iniciatyvos padarė įtakos.
Now, we will continue and we will speak about what inclusion policies have had an impact on the cultures of the culture of the company. And now we would like to give the floor to Gintarė Belousienė, Swedbank Lietuva, Human Resources Strategic Project Manager. This year, I participated in a discussion about how to help people keep the balance when they are raising children. And today, I actually didn't feel well having done that job, and now I am here as speaker. I am Gintarė, I'm HR project manager, and today I have started thinking about the many personalities that I have. And I thought, well, it would be interesting to make a presentation on that for another conference. Today, I will introduce you to the practices of Swedbank in terms of inclusion and diversity. I contributed to some of them when creating and implementing them, and I am proud of that, and some colleagues have contributed to that, and I am very proud of them too. Now, before moving to specific practices, I would like to step a few steps back and to start with the main definitions of inclusion and diversity. Werner Myers is an American and enthusiastic professional of inclusion and has contributed a lot to the creation of inclusion and diversity of big organizations. Her metaphor on diversity and inclusion has actually spread around the world. Diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. Well, if I were at a party, I would actually love to be asked to dance. At our organization, we have three main concepts: diversity, inclusion, and equity. Very briefly about each of those diversities, how do we understand it at our organization? Diversity means the participation of the individuals of various ethnicities and backgrounds. Inclusion means the creation of various working environments so each employee feels respected and valued and included. I have found a nice definition on inclusion. This is very simple. A very simple definition. And now equity, I don't know how we can transpose that into Lithuanian, but this is about fair, the creation of fair and diverse practices at an organization, because we start from different points of departure, and it's about how these points of departure have to be made as equal as possible. So these are the main concepts that we are using at our organization. There are so many surveys and research that has already shown that diversity and inclusion create value for an organization. The McKinsey company has been researching inclusion and diversity for a decade already and has many research and publications. And they are now concentrating on how inclusion and diversity are related to the holistic attitudes. They are saying that although the business environment is changing a lot, the topic of inclusion and diversity remains relevant and is becoming more relevant now. At the end of last year, they publicized a report where they showed the correlation between diversity and the financial company results. In those companies where managers' teams are more diverse, the financial return of those companies was bigger. These are the main issues, and to summarize them, to summarize that introduction, we should say that diversity and inclusion does not mean only satisfying social expectations, but also a strategic advantage. Those companies that give priority to this topic create a likelihood that their financial returns will be higher. It is also easier to be innovative and make an impact on your employees and the surrounding society. So diversity and inclusion are part of organizational culture. Now, a few words about Swedbank. Whether working at Swedbank, we notice diversity. We are a bank of private and business clients, and we work in Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. We have over 17,000 employees. 3,000 of them work in Lithuania. These facts themselves say how diverse we are working in different countries. I would like to tell you how people working in Lithuania view diversity. Last year, together with the Equal Opportunities Ombudsman Service, have measured the situation of equal opportunities here. One of the questions was, are there any colleagues who, and we listed many identity features. Diversity mostly is seen via the basics of ethnicity and language, and the least it is noticed through mental disabilities, and not many people speak about that. That's why it's more difficult to notice diversity. We also asked our colleagues what they were thinking about diversity, whether this topic is acceptable for them, and almost 90% said that yes, I am in favor of a bigger diversity of our staff, and equal opportunities contribute to companies' success. That means that employees notice that the diversity topic is relevant for employees. What do we do in order to ensure diversity at our organization? And we will start with two strategic initiatives. First, last year, the diversity topic was at the top of highest managers. And our our colleague was appointed as Chief Diversity Officer, and we had strategic level questions being discussed. What happened next? We outlined 7 indicators we were aspiring for while working at Swedbank, and I can quote some of them. For instance, gender balance in managing positions. As you know, most of you may have seen that the higher the office, the more male managers we have. So we established how many where we would like to see more equality. We also want to encourage the diversity of social groups and equal pay for men and women. So these are a few of the 7 KPIs. Another strategic initiative is the Speaking Partner Program. What's its main objective? Managers, volunteers were invited to speak about diversity and inclusion, to talk about that to the highest ranking managers in Sweden. And they, for instance, would speak about gender equality, and with the partners and groups, they would speak why this is important both for the employer and the person, maybe the family and the public. Colleague Rasa participated in the Speaking Partner Program, and I called her before the conference and asked, Rasa, in your opinion, what is the biggest benefit of this program? And she said that the diversity and inclusion topic was raised to the higher educational level. So this is a big benefit for us to have this program. Now I will move to Lithuania and will speak about the initiatives underway here. We have the initiative which is called Orange Talk. What is it? This is an initiative taking place for several years, and we are talking here about the topics which are relevant for the organization. One of them is diversity and inclusion, and over there we have many discussions and experiences and networking, because we want to understand more and know more, and every employee may join those Orange Talks. These are usually remote or hybrid mode talks so that everybody can join. We have another initiative, Colleagues Talk. We raise the questions which are relevant for us, which are not necessarily convenient for us. We have a volunteer group, a very cozy one, for instance, 10 volunteers, and then we talk and discuss, and this is depersonalized information which is being communicated to all the employees, how people feel in a certain topic, what they think, what they would like to share, what concerns and fears they have. And of course, we celebrate May because in May we have many activities in inclusion and diversity. Dominykas has demonstrated his skills with various artists today, but we also had the opportunity to see how Dominykas and Paulius were creating together. And I was talking about that. Our organization had a celebration to know and to understand more how people cooperate. But it doesn't matter which topics we talk about. We constantly keep the education of our employees and their knowledge in that topic. What is also important is to understand that we are diverse, as are our clients. And everyone working in the client service center, support center, or at the office, where you don't directly keep contact with the client, everybody at the organization understand the significance of the customer, and we want to create the best experiences for them. So as an example, we talked about the Accessibility Directive, and next year the Accessibility Directive will come into force, but there are many things that we have already completed. When we create services, we would like to understand our client in all respects. For instance, if we take our internet website, it already has the function on screen reader. And the client can come to the website and take the necessary information. Now, ATMs. My colleague Martinas, who is absent today, has contributed a lot to the expansion of the functions of the ATMs, which means that people with sight disabilities can use the headsets and cash out some money. I thank Martinas for contributing to that. All our services that we are improving to make them more accessible are tested by our own people. Our employees test them and give us feedback so that we improve them and create as smooth experience as possible. So that's about it regarding accessibility. Now my next topic. benefits necessary, the same benefits for everyone. We will create a partnership in our organization. We have taken all the benefits which are granted by the labor code by a traditional family. Each person, respectively of their sex, may use those benefits meant for traditional families, irrespectively of their sex. Now, the emotional health curators. Their main mission is to help people and our employees who encounter certain difficulties. Moreover, there's an educational mission to speak about that topic, because you have seen that we least notice diversity via mental health. Sometimes it's not convenient and pleasant to talk about this topic, and our curators have the mission to educate people on this topic. We have selected 18 people, and they have just started their activities, and they have already had certain interviews. And we were discussing that in our team. It's very valuable. The initiative was just launched, and people started calling and inviting for a conversation. So that's a good way to follow. So these are my practices very quickly, and now I would like to speak about the influence. Of course, it's difficult to speak about the various initiatives which influenced what, but I have taken the main indicators based on which we measure our culture and observe it. So now, if we take the People Pulse survey, we see that 92% of employees working at Swedbank mentioned that while working here, they can feel themselves. So we have received 9 points by the Equal Opportunities ruler. Also, we were noticed by the Civita Employer Image survey last year. We are also delighted that we have a very healthy employee rotation, and there are quite a number of people who return to our organization. Thank you very much. I made it very condensed, but if you have any questions and would like to speak on a certain topic deeper and more thoroughly, how things happened at our organization, please make your question. I will be staying here for some time, or you may contact me at LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Tai labai ačiū Gintarė Belausienė. Na, o dabar paskutinysis šios dienos video
Thank you
siužetas.
to Gintarė Belausienė. We are now going to see the last video of the day, where you will be shown the situation when a person needs to change their identity in the light of changing circumstances. So please listen to Olena.
Я приехала из Украины.
My name is Olena. I came here from Ukraine. I came here running from the war in March 2022. I came to Kaunas by the Red Cross bus. I thought I would stay here for a short time, but it's been 2 years. I have been working at the supermarket Rimni for a year now. I'm packing goods. I have teacher's higher education. I also have vocational medical training. I'm also an accountant. Over the last few years in Ukraine, I worked as a legal assistant in a large oil company. I was retired in Ukraine for 7 years, but I continued to work. Now I am 65.5 years old. I'm not ashamed that I'm in a foreign country. That feeling is gone, but I do want to return home. I miss my home, I dream about my home, but somehow I feel here that I belong here and that I've been living here for a long time.
Na ir dabar jau mes priartėjome prie paskutiniosios ir
And now let's start the last part of our conference, but the most significant part of our conference, that is discussion. And I think that everyone is looking forward to hearing some practical advice on how to ensure inclusion and adaptation. And to start the discussion, I would like to invite Ramūnė Balčikonienė from the Lithuanian Audio-Sensory Library, Egidijus Grigonis, a lawyer, on issues related to accessibility, Jurgita Kuprytė, SOPA manager, and Lukas Kamarauskas from the Delphi Invisible Initiative, who will be moderating this part. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be here and to listen to these excellent presentations and discussions. I'm an ergotherapist. I'm also the ambassador for the Delphi Invisible Initiative. This initiative aims at changing people's attitudes towards disability. In order to change people's attitudes, we need to start from ourselves. So we, in cooperation with various disability organizations, we started looking at information, accessibility of information, and recruitment practices. So let's start our discussion, and I will give the floor to Ramūnė. Hello, I'm Ramūnė. I'm from the Lithuanian Audio-Sensory Library. I'm the head of communications at the Lithuanian Audio-Sensory Library. Since I'm going to talk about very practical and visual things, I would like to show my slides. They are already visible. In our library, we have an initiative called the Elvis Bus, and we travel to various locations in Lithuania, to remote locations and villages in Lithuania by this bus. And we tell people, especially older people, about books for print-impaired people, and people who are dyslexic could read Elvis books. This is an excellent source. I will tell you about my experience. The first few slides will illustrate just one day in our work. But when it comes to Superdiversity, I'm not only a mother, I am not only a member of my team, but I'm also visually impaired. I have had a lot of eye surgeries during various times, so out of 80 possible visual disabilities, I have about 10. So this is the first story. We traveled to meet a group of older people by Elvis bus. We held our meeting in a library in a small village, and I experienced several painful seconds. I saw an elderly woman who said that she didn't need those books because she could see perfectly, and I observed her when she was looking for a handle on this glass door. I couldn't help her myself because it would have taken me a long time. But I have been in situations like this, because here we have actually a double doors, and that door handle is really invisible. But in situations like this, you only need to take a very small step just to mark that handle and help the person to preserve their dignity. And this is the evening of the same day. I came back to Vilnius and I decided to go to have dinner at a restaurant. And this is the cafe that I walked in, and I remembered that there was something wrong with that entrance. So when I came in and I thought, okay, they marked the edge of that step, but then I realized that they didn't mark that step because the step is here. If you can see, well, the step, the edge of the step is here. The further step is marked, the first isn't. As I'm visually impaired, I wouldn't have noticed either the first or the second step. So in situations like this, you might have various reactions. If a person comes to your premises, to a shop, to a customer care outlet, such a person might get angry. But in order to get angry, such a person needs to be very strong inside. And I haven't met many persons like that, because in situations like this, the majority of people would become ashamed, they would withdraw, and their experience of that evening would be ruined. Here you can see a serious business. This is the staircase in a hotel. I'm not sure whether you were able to see that there was a staircase. Here you can also see a staircase in a library, in a very well-known library visited by many, many people. So all those public facilities, health centers, libraries, or other buildings, these you need to visit those buildings, and you will have to climb those steps. Those steps are dangerous not only because they are not visible, they are also not safe because being this wide, they would need to have railings on both sides. So this brings me to a natural question. Do we only want to welcome young and courageous people, or do we want to welcome courageous people like this? But I don't like this picture. It was taken during one training, and we don't use this picture in our communication. But this message conveyed by that action and by that photograph is that if you have a disability, you need to be extremely strong if you want to go out. This guy was a participant in one of the discussions, but I don't think that you should prove your value with tricks like this in order to participate in a discussion, in order to be accepted and to be heard by, let's say, customers. When it comes to vision and diversity, there are many important elements. I don't have much time, so I will just give a brief overview of those things. So I already mentioned glass partitions and stairs. Now I'm going to focus on signs. Well, this picture seems to be okay, but many institutions, many organizations make the mistake of displaying such information on the door itself and quite high. This means that if a person is moving in a wheelchair, if this is a child, they won't be able to read it. If a person is a bit disoriented, if the person cannot see clearly, that person, in order to see, let's say, the doctor's working hours, will need to come very close to the door, and that person might be injured when the door opens. One more example. This is also a healthcare facility, a polyclinic, and a procedural room. And you can see that all the important information that is of interest to people is again displayed on the doors. And then the staff asks people, why didn't you read the information? But it's impossible to read information when it is displayed like this. The next example, I consciously chose those facilities and authorities that are vital in our lives. The facilities, the authorities that we absolutely need to visit. For example, here you can see the social support center. Again, you can see that the information is quite high, at a different height, and there's lots of it, and it's difficult to read. So what should be done to make people more comfortable. So all glass partitions and their boundaries should be marked. We have a lot of glass in our buildings. The more modern building is, the more glass, the more glare there is. We should avoid transparent glass and mirrors. We need to choose opaque glass. We need to think about colors. And if glass partitions are used, it is important to mark them. Here you can see our office, and before we glued that yellow stripe, we kept on bumping into that glass, although we knew perfectly well that the glass was there, that the partition was there. But when we're busy, we are not paying attention. And the majority of people who bumped into that glass partition were perfectly healthy people, typical healthy people, because they don't pay attention. And, for example, many people have told me that they have left, that they walked through glass doors and they had to be taken to hospital by ambulance. And usually people don't tell about this, but after attending our training, we have a lot of participants coming to us and telling us stories like this, and they are people without disabilities. Okay, the stairs. There is a need to mark steps. It is not necessary to mark every step, but this is a decision taken by our library because we are visited by a lot of people with disabilities who are older, who are visually impaired. So you don't necessarily need to mark every step, but it is necessary to mark the first and the last step. And then the railings should be marked with different colors, as in buses and trolleybuses, because if, let's say, you get dizzy, you need to see where the railing is. There is also a need to mark outside stairs. If the pavement is wet, shadows disappear, and shadows are important in order for people to see where they are going. So whenever it's raining, whenever the pavement is red, there's a lot of glare, and a staircase like this becomes completely invisible. And then the signs. There are standards related to this, and I have fun. I have fun talking about this, and I like telling stories about this. Well, all the signage needs to be on the walls and not on the doors which are moving. It should be on the side of the door handle. The height should be from 120 to 160 centimeters. Ideally, the signage should be raised. It would be, well, in this case, it would be useful to use Braille, but not always. And a person can come up to this sign to see it, to read it, and do it calmly. And it doesn't matter whether it's a child, whether it's a tall or a small person, whether that person is moving in a wheelchair. And if you need any advice, any recommendations, if you want to talk to us, you can approach us. Although it is even better to consult your target audience, that is the people to whom you want to adapt your facilities. So invite a blind person, invite a person in a wheelchair, ask them whether they find it comfortable to visit your premises, because you can make many mistakes, and we have made many mistakes. Maybe I'll have an opportunity to talk about them later. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not sure about you, but when I'm in a new environment, I sometimes get disoriented, so your insights were very useful. And now we will listen to some recommendations regarding the adaptation of environment to people with mobility issues. Yes, I'm a lawyer. And as far as you can see that I will be speaking from my practical experience, although I am more interested in theory. Well, when the organizers of the conference formulated this topic as the space accessibility, I usually use concepts like the environment and buildings. But when you mention the space, I think that we shouldn't be only talking about architectural constructions, buildings, inclinations, etc., but we should be speaking about the entire space and what you look like in this context. Over the last few months, and you can see a group in social networks called Vilnius Street. And there are some comments, including by people in wheelchairs. The majority of comments are positive, but many people wish us good health. And there was also one comment which was very positive. And well, when people saw a disabled person in a group of friends, they said, well, lucky you, your friends have not abandoned you. So, you know, I feel as if I walked into a wine shop with a teenager and the shop assistant is talking to the teenager and not me. I believe that this is a cognitive dissonance. I also provide advice. And for example, if a visually impaired person comes in accompanied by another person, I usually address that other person and not the disabled person. If somebody comes to you with a sign language interpreter, you probably talk to the interpreter and not to the person whom the interpreter is accompanying. So this is about the comfort of the space. I would like to ask the audience, can you formulate an answer? I hear it very often. It is not logical. It is devoid of any content. But the question is as follows. Let's say, so when we ask theaters or cafes why the environment is not adapted, what do you think the most common answer is? Well, they say, such people don't come to us. They don't come here. This is the most frequent answer. And this is not a evil answer. It's a well-meant answer. Again, I also had a dream 10 or 15 years ago to take the bar examination. But when I had to represent my client at a courthouse, and 3 people had to carry me to the 3rd floor of that courthouse, I decided not to be a trial lawyer, because the majority of courthouses are not adapted, not accessible, or only partially accessible. So adapted and accessible are different things. Accessible means that the buildings are born accessible, they are made accessible during the design stage, and no additional steps are needed. In old buildings, there is a need for adaptation. And for example, here, this ramp, although it was done with the best intentions, it does not meet accessibility requirements. So when I was invited to this conference, my first question was, what about parking? Because accessibility for us does not start from the premises or from the door. We also think about whether we will be able to come to the building. And it is important to any disabled person, a person with disability issues or visually impaired persons. We need to think about how we will get from our car to the building. And for example, in certain supermarkets, there are parking spaces for disabled people. You can get off, but there are barriers which mean that you will not be able to leave that parking space. And then, so this last stretch, or this first stretch from the parking lot to the entrance to the building is very important. So we need an accessible road, then the door, if there is a lock on the door, that lock is usually higher than 160 or 50 centimeters, which means that a person in a wheelchair will not be able to reach it. For example, in one of the supermarkets, there is a disabled toilet which is locked with an electronic lock. The lock is too high, and the door handle is a bubble, and there is also the so if you have disability in your hands, you will not be able to turn that bubble, that doorknob, and open the door. You have probably seen pictures with ramps that are too steep. You will not be able to use those ramps. They are just installed to tick some boxes. Doors are also installed in the way, in the places where there is an inclination. It is also not easy to open the doors, and it's impossible to cross the threshold holding the door at the same time. So life consists of all those small elements, and the majority of buildings are adapted, but those small details are overlooked. So this is it about physical accessibility. I thought about preparing some slides, but they would have contained some boring examples of poor adaptation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Jurgita, could you share your insights, please? I have also prepared a few slides. Hello. I am delighted to be here. Barbara said that this event is for diversity enthusiasms, and I totally agree. I will start from very far away. Everybody is acknowledging their identities here, and for a couple of weeks, I have already had the identity of being over 50. And on that occasion, I remembered my other identity because I graduated from a philosophy course, and I remembered this philosopher 2,000 years ago when traveling through Athens streets. He was talking to various people and asking weird questions in order to make them think differently than the cliché thinking. That was Socrates, a philosopher, a very important personality for the Western culture. He has left no written works, but he has left a phrase which sounds weird. I know that I know nothing. That's a call to question your knowingness, and it fits very well within the context of the diversity conference. We will come back to it. Of course, Socrates did not speak about inclusive employment. And to my mind, what is important is that employment has to be inclusive, and for that we need 4 elements. One of them is to make working conditions accessible, because that means employment will not be accessible. The company has to be inclined to offer inclusive working conditions. That also means we have to adapt also the time, providing the mentor, the possibility to learn more in order to get included. But more, I would like to start to speak about the starting point of employment, that is announcements and interviews, job interviews, which certain people don't pass because they have one or another disability or in another quality. And another important aspect is that those people who carry out various selection procedures, and also the managers who make the last decisions, they should have the knowledge about diversity and should be able to recognize the various types of diversity. I could dwell upon that for longer, but we have no time. So what is important about job vacancy announcements? Please note your vocabulary. Sometimes we specialists, intermediaries, don't understand what the job announcement is about, because usually they write in slang, especially when we speak about corporate announcements. Well, junior, this is a simple position, they say, but it actually is formulated in a complicated way. Now, it is also recommended that these job announcements are not written for big people, because people do want best employees, and that's why they write that we need the perfect one. But when people read those job announcements, they not necessarily identify themselves with the best ones, and there are many studies which show that females tend to not apply more frequently, but males, men, they actually have more courage. And yeah, that's a big difference. Or people who have depression or had not worked a lot for a long time, they can skip such a job announcement. That's important. Moreover, don't actually write that you can make your studies compatible with your work, which means that if you are 50 plus, you are not actually wanted at that company. It's not only with studies that you may have to match your work, but it's also with the care for your grandchildren and so on. Now, regarding contents, what we usually lack is the description of the tasks. What exactly will I have to do? The more thorough the contents, the easier people will be able to identify whether that job is suitable for them, because that description sometimes goes into fantasies, allows people to think about things which are non-existent at that workplace. Also, there should be a possibility to contact via various channels, not necessarily email. For instance, call or write an SMS, a text message. That's a call to, that's a possibility to show other people that you are open. Sometimes you send out a note via a system, and it's not always accessible to everyone. And you actually have to emphasize in your announcement that you are ready to adapt the conditions. Not everything is perfect, but please apply, and we are open to changes if necessary. And of course, dissemination of information, because we need to attract people via various portals. Not necessarily everyone follows those portals, and we have to therefore identify the organizations and groups where we can disseminate the information. And I was speaking about people with sight disabilities. Martinas will probably agree with me that interactive texts are important, and if there are announcements, they could be shared in social networks, and the descriptions should be in alternative texts as well. Now, what about the job interview? You have to ask the person himself or herself. It's a simple advice, but you have to ask people themselves, because sometimes people decide that they won't be able to cope with that. And if people have experienced any bullying because of their disability, they are their best own experts. Today we have heard poetry, songs, music, which seems impossible, but we see that people can show a lot of potential. So they themselves have to say how they will be able to do it. You also, of course, have to check their skills. You may grant them a chance to demonstrate what they can do, not only ask them and speak about it. In some cases, in case of autistic personalities, nonverbal language may be not assessed during job interviews. Maybe they will not be looking you in the eye or are active speakers, and maybe they will seem to be not interested. But it doesn't actually mean that the individual is not motivated and doesn't want to get that job. That's just the person's expression, self-expression. But it doesn't mean that the person will not be able to do their job. And if you have a person with a disability, don't ask the person, what's your problem, what happened to you, what is your disease, but you have to ask what would you need in order for you to be able to complete your tasks correctly or adapt the workplace for you. It is important that those individuals who carry out selection procedures have to be prepared for that. And if we go back to Socrates, we always have to know that we don't know, because we have to be inquisitive and be interested in diversity. We have to raise questions rather than close inside ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, Jurgita. Most of you must have understood that making the environment accessible is mostly necessary for people with a disability, but it's not necessarily that things that are suitable for such people are suitable for everyone. For instance, audiobooks. First, they were created for people with sight problems, but now everyone listens to them. Can you give us more examples about the situations when things that are suitable for people with disability are suitable for everybody else? Ramune, I believe in this a lot, and I've never seen that somebody would question that. Very often, I have seen the situation that if we make it accessible, that will be not pretty in terms of design. And architects and designers become afraid, but then we start working with them, and then we see that this is stylish and a very nice concept and so on. I believe in this thing a lot. And I was very much surprised that when we finished the renovation of our building at Skroblų 10 in Vilnius. Please, you are welcome to drop in. We worked a lot on accessibility, and that was the foundation for everything. What color shall we choose? How shall we make the stairs? What font we are going to use? And so on. companies started organizing events a lot in our premises. First of all, they wanted to show how what the premises look, and secondly, it was very convenient, which comes from a typical public, and they said that it's very convenient for them because it was easy and intuitive to move, to get orientated. You don't have to stop on the way without knowing where the exit is. And coming back to your question, what is accessible is convenient for everyone. If you don't see the stairs, it's bad for us. If you miss one flight of stairs, it's bad for us and it's dangerous. So it's necessary to mark that. Have a look at the young people or children. They are actually watching the screens, and if you don't mark them for them, they will fall down. The easily legible script font, the information at the height where it is easily noticeable. If this is the airport and if the information on flights is displayed somewhere high, because the airports are adapted for masses of people, that information should be not only at sight height, but at the height of 120 to 160, so that an individual who has difficulties could study that, copy that, analyze that without being an obstacle for anyone. I can continue, so I will give the floor to my other colleagues. Egidius. What accessibility of environment may be suitable for everyone if we take into consideration the movement or sight disabilities and so on? There's a Danish architect, Mr. Gill, a theoretician, and he has provided many pictures and examples. For instance, in China, at a huge supermarket, there are stairs, there's a slope, and the slope is full of people, and there's a lift, and there are a few people at the lift, but nobody takes the stairs. Venetian bridges, for instance, some of them have stairs, but when events take place, in order to make them more accessible, ramps are made for people, for instance, having to push having to use the wheelchair, or having those who have to push the children's pram. If the door opens up easier, or if this is an automatic door, if you are carrying something in your hands, you don't actually have to open them yourself. The New York's published the article on how certain things that we are using on a daily basis previously were specialized things, but they actually came to our daily life because they were convenient for everyone. We were saying that the scanner was one of those things. This was created for the blind people to be able to read the digital text. You cannot read the text when it's on paper. It has to be digitalized, and that's why the scanner was invented, to digitalize the text on paper, and that will be read with the voice synthesis. Of course, these were back in the times when we didn't have such telephones like now, when we have cameras on each telephone, and then we use scanners. And since then, we are using the scanners on a daily basis. I don't understand a lot about the accessibility of the physical environments, but hybrid work is a good example Before COVID, it used to be difficult to convince the companies to move to hybrid modes of working. But during COVID, we have seen immediately that it's suitable not only for people with disabilities. Actually, I see more and more people unwilling to come to the office, and I have to unconvince them from hybrid work. But it's very convenient when you have to match your work with family life. It's very flexible. Yes, and I also had some personal experience. Egidius was speaking about lifts and their accessibility, adapting them, adapting the heights. For instance, if there is a lift, there's no individual who is responsible for operating the lift. And I actually also once had to take a lift with my disabled wife, but I had to go around because the lift close by did not function. Well, yeah, but often you have to invite someone from the second floor when the lift is not working. Yes, we had a similar situation when we had a project in Delphi. It was said that the entry is on the other side, but this font was so small that it was hardly legible. So sometimes there are such paradoxes, and very often I notice the cases when things seem to be adapted, but it's just ticking the box. Why was it done? Because of the shortage of time or finance or what? Well, sometimes when I speak to people, sometimes it seems to me, well, I need to calm down everyone who is trying to adapt the environment and will be working on adapting the environment and information. Mistakes are common and you shouldn't fear them. We talked with Lucas during the break. We have adapted our building. I am so proud of it. We have actually installed the bathrooms for people with wheelchairs, but then we placed the garbage bins, which are managed by feet, in those bathrooms for the disabled. So then sometimes I think, why does it happen to us? It's because we so far do not have that mentality. And the phrase by Socrates is very suitable. I know that I don't know, because sometimes we don't know where to place a poster, for example, but we do. So what I would like you to take away from this conference is to raise the questions how to do it better. Every decision, because inclusion is not a matter of a separate department and of a separate unit or a separate employee. Inclusion is horizontal, which means that every decision that we make has to be actually based on the question, how can we do it better? At the library, we have two doorbells, one for an individual who wants to ring, and another one is a fingerprint. And which one is being used more often? When do you think? Well, the fingerprint, because it's black and it's very visible, and because it was the first one to be mounted, it was at a very comfortable height. These are trifles, but people press the button, which you can see more visibly. So you always have to have that in mind. You have to ask your target groups, and standards are golden. And I hope that Egidius will agree with me. I will reply to your question. Now, first of all, why people are not very attentive to details. Secondly, the architects and designers have to have this necessary knowledge. For instance, if we talk about ramps, people know how wide they have to be, but otherwise people don't pay attention to that. And if we go back to Socrates, I participated at a discussion whether an expert is defined in general. Of course, an expert knows what the the limits of his knowing are. So those who have limitless knowledge, as they think they know. But they don't ask for advice. They don't get interested. They don't think that this is respectable. So lack of attentiveness to detail and over appreciating your own knowledge. It doesn't cost a lot. Will it be 20 millimeters of the threshold or 40 millimeters of the threshold? The price will hardly change. Thank you. Yes, it was well said, and I've forgotten my question. Why does it happen? Okay. Yes, you have said it. People think that I know how it happens better. On the other hand, you sometimes fail to think about the details which seem insignificant to me, but they are very important for somebody else. Of course, we do not mean to prevent you from being willing to try things out. No. It's by trial and error. And recently, we had a conversation with an employer who will probably employ a person with a disability. And he said, well, we don't know how it will work out, but let's try. So sometimes we should all cherish this attitude. Yes, you have to consider certain things, to double check, to consult, to seek advice with experts. But yes, there may be errors. But if you don't do it, that will be even worse. So don't be afraid to make mistakes. Okay, we have heard that making the environment more accessible doesn't mean only ramps and certain surfaces, but it's also marking the door and so on. And we have heard that the employment process involves many different elements, including specific communication and not only job announcements. You have to announce clearly what kind of functions these are going to be. Thank you for listening, and I hope that was interesting. Thank you.
I
would like to thank everyone. We would also like to thank everyone who spoke and organized this event, also our friends and sponsors. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank European Commission, Swedbank in Lithuania, the Finnish Embassy, Danske Bank Lithuanian branch, all moderators, diversity charter members, and all the participants. And of course, the volunteers of this event, and also Ease for Furniture. And thank you to the volunteers who have helped us to organize this event. And at the very end, because we have had so many presentations on experiments and practical advice, I will share the following. You know, this Literature Association, José Saramago wrote a novel, Blindness. The content is that an epidemic comes to a town and people get infected, but there are people who are quarantined, and they create their own life, how they understand it, how they want to have it, and they imagine that there's nothing happened around us. Sometimes the blindness of our souls is much deeper than physical blindness. So I hope that today we have opened our eyes a little bit more. So I would like to wish you overall success to make use of what you have heard today. And moreover, I would like to thank Jolanta, because it was a pleasure working with Jolanta and discussing with you. On Monday, we spent a couple of hours sharing our ideas and attitudes, and probably that's why we delayed the beginning of the conference, because we thought that we have to show to you what we were talking about. And thank you to the listeners, to the colleagues, to the deaf colleagues who have shared with you their experience and works. And if you want to hear more of their works, please come to the premiere performance in November, the experiential performance, and you will be able to experience that you follow us on Facebook, and it's called Massive Necessary. We did not agree on that, and now let's start working in order to make it inclusive. Otherwise, the conference will have gone in vain. Overall success to you.